Hello. I took the sip of water, shaking my head, arriving and immediately making me hate my life by drinking water, drowning me practically. You have to. Oh my. How much homework or projects do you have? Do you have like a lot and you genuinely are not able to, you know, avoid it for today? Or can you maybe prolong it to a different day? How am I don't know. I'm kind of like traumatized from being drowned. It was very scary. You did drown me. I think I inhaled more water than the people in the Titanic was inhaling. It was so terrifying. I've never been so scared in my life. Oh my god. You have one homework and you can't avoid it, and a project due on Wednesday. Ooh. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, you're not gonna be able to avoid that today. Not the Titanic. I mean, if it's accurate, then it's accurate. I don't know what to tell you. That's just how it is. There's gonna be an update for Genshin soon. It's gonna be in Sumeru, so I'm really impatient. I really want to do the main quest. It seems very fun. But it's not out yet, so I shall cope with actually doing a story quest without being held at gunpoint to do so. Lasai. You need this month to be over because you're so burnt out. Nar. I mean, actually, wait, what month are we in? May. You know, I guess that does make sense. Okay. Ooh, you're going to actually be giving therapy? Nice. Is it like at an internship, or is it like how would you be giving it? Oh wow. Okay. Crazy to say, or well, basically you said like I'm giving therapy next in the fall semester, and then immediately you put emojis of you holding a knife, or I guess kind of me, but like point is knife emojis. Crazy sequence of messages. Technically, like, there was a whole event where he is no longer the acting Grand Sage, but I missed it. Not an internship. Your uni has a mental health place for free in the community, and you give therapy. It's kind of like how some like schools where you learn like how to cut hair and become like learn how to dye and everything. Like you can get your hair cut there for really cheap, but like it's really cheap because it's like students doing it, so it's kind of like that, right? That's very cool. Habits from working in jail is actually crazy to say. Please. I want food. But like, I shall not until later. Oh. Sorry, Paimon.
It's good to get out and stretch your legs.
Oh.
We go to the academia and ask around.
In my defense, Paimon, how was I supposed to know you were gonna speak? You literally only started speaking once I pressed navigate. How was I supposed to know you were gonna be yapping? eat? I already ate, like, what time did I eat? The time. The time. It will come to me. Well, if you have ads, then I guess I can, avoid answering. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why the knives? You're not in jail. Whatever.
How's everything going with your thesis?
I should be able to publish it next month. A few days ago, I was worried that I'd have to stop my work on it. Thankfully, that didn't come to pass.
Well, Azar was one of your thesis advisors. Honestly, I was afraid that you might have gotten dragged down as well. How did things get settled?
The newly appointed acting Grand Sage reviewed all of our projects and gave us permission to continue our research.
Acting Grand Sage? That sounds like a new thing.
Freedom, let's go.
Yeah, I heard that selecting new sages has been taking some time, so he's just filling in.
I'm trying to
It's all
remember.
thanks to him that our research results weren't jeopardized.
Oh, wait, is that... I'm trying to think of the Darshan. It's not... Is this the one that... Which one are you? Is this the one that's about, like, history? That Farazone's on? I have no idea. Who are we kicking today? Good question. I don't know because, I haven't really heard anything about this story quest. So I don't exactly know who we're gonna end up attacking, though I have heard something about it being like a hive mind, so that seems very interesting.
Once my paper is published, I'm definitely giving myself a long vacation and getting some much-needed rest. Mondstadt sounds like a good idea.
They're really out of their minds, making Alhaitham the acting Grand Sage?
Take it easy, Professor. I'm puzzled as well. Just going by qualifications, you're one of our most preeminent scholars. I don't know why they picked a stripling like him.
It would be very cool.
Do you
Oh
think
my.
I'm angry because I wasn't chosen for the position? No! It's because I don't understand why they chose him.
Crazy.
He was one of my students, but he rarely attended class. When I asked him about it, he retorted that self-study was better use of his time.
Oh, crazy. So, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that you accidentally pressed P twice in Super to now say that you basically called Witch Hat like soup cool. Or like, I get, well, is supper? Supper is more dinner, right, than soup. I think it's more considered dinner, right? When people say supper? I think so. But point is, glad to know Witch Hat is cool in a dinner sense.
What brazen arrogance, misery of miseries, for the academia to have him as the acting Grand Sage?
Oh my god, don't die. So you said, you know what else is super cool, but it accidentally put 2 P's in super, so then it's called supper, and supper is like used to say like soup or dinner. I think it's more so to kind of signify dinner.
Professor, don't so worked up. I'll go get you some water.
Psst. Want to hear a secret? I've heard the new acting Grand Sage is from Haravatat.
Really? Who is it?
Someone named Alhaitham. Never met him myself, but he's a real hot topic right now. Lots of things being said about him. Hard to tell what's true and what isn't, though. There's also a Vahumana scholar who's been in the spotlight recently. They say that he's a likely pick to be one of the next sages.
Oh, is he teaching any courses? Maybe we should drop by.
Wow. News of Alhaitham being the acting Grand Sage sure spread fast. Some people don't know who he is, though. Guess he's less famous than Paimon thought. Some people are saying good things and others bad. Especially that old guy just now. He really doesn't like Alhaitham. Hey, are you okay? You don't look too good.
The Matra.
The Matra?
I'm Ilias. I have to talk to a Matra about something important.
In the state you're in? You shouldn't push yourself. Why don't you tell us what happened and we'll pass on your message to a Matra?
No, I have to tell them myself. They're the only ones I can trust.
You shall stop procrastinating and go. Good luck. Do not perish on the homework and project. Remember, you shall win. You must win. Yes, I shall burn down the entire what's it called? Hive mind, yes. Hehehe.
Sorry, can you lend me your arm? This is an important matter. Failure is not an option.
Since you put it that way, fine. We'll take you to a Matra. We promised to take you to a Matra, but we don't know that many, do we?
Crazy.
Oh, wait! Sino should be back at the Academia! Let's go find him!
Crazy to say. We know the chief of police. Let's go and find him. Oh, well, you're not really Sino, but okay.
Hey there! Excuse us, but is Sino at the Academia?
You two look familiar. Are you friends of Mahamatra Sino? I'm afraid he's out on a mission right now. But if you'd like, I can pass whatever message you might have on to him.
We ran into this guy by the gates, and he seems really eager to speak with the Matra. It sounds like something urgent.
Oh? If you don't mind, why don't you tell me about it first?
Siraj.
Siraj. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he a Vahumana researcher?
Vahumana researcher?
Yes, one of their most renowned, in fact. I hear he's as daring as he is intelligent. There are rumors he'll become Vahumana's next sage. But please continue, good sir. What about Siraj?
I want to report him for conducting a dangerous experiment. He kidnapped me, tied me up, and took me to that horrible cave. Experimental equipment everywhere. I ran as fast as I could, a little slower, and he would have caught me.
There's no rush. Please, take your time. What kind of experiments was he conducting? Where is this cave?
I don't remember.
Huh? You can't remember?
All I remember is Siraj walking towards me, and then my head started feeling weird. It's like a nightmare that I can't recall. I just know that that place is dangerous, and that they must be stopped. Oh, I heard they conduct business in the tavern. We have to hurry.
Even if what you say is... All right. I'll have some of my colleagues look into Siraj. But before that, I would like to administer the Matra lie detector test.
You think I'm lying?
Please don't take it the wrong way. This is just standard protocol. Sorry, but can you two wait out here a little while? We'll be back soon. let me bring you up to speed. First things first, Ilyas passed the lie detector test. This indicates that what he said is highly credible. As such, we've decided to launch an investigation based on the leads he provided. Per protocol, this matter was reported to Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham. After hearing about it, he left a message for Mahamatra Sino and then asked to join the investigation.
Huh. It's kind of weird for you to be working with the Matra. Is there a special reason?
You're overthinking things. My interest was piqued is all.
Really? I'm unsurprised you have this much free time. In that case, let's join in as well, shall we, Traveler?
It's already against protocol for Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham to participate in this investigation. As for you two... Oh, never mind. After all, you were the ones who brought Ilyas here. I'll allow you to accompany us, but you have to promise to keep everything confidential.
Don't you worry. Our lips are sealed.
Oh my legs.
Alright, in that case, I'll fill you in on what we know so far. Ilyas claimed that Siraj will be conducting some business with a Kasharawar researcher at the tavern. This is one of his few clear memories. It seems he stumbled upon this information while escaping. Incidentally, Siraj isn't at the academia right now. He applied for long-term off-site research 1 month ago. It's close to the time that Ilyas had given, so we've decided to head to the tavern and investigate any suspicious persons.
That's right. Arav, prepare to head out. You two, do as you will.
Oh, come on! We already said that we're coming!
Okay, Paimon didn't say anything.
We're here, Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham. What's our next course of action? Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham.
Looks like you haven't read any memos lately. The new Academia decree clearly states that even a sage doesn't have the authority to interfere with the Matra's actions during an ongoing investigation. If your superior were here, he wouldn't be asking me what to do. Instead, he'd be telling me to stay out of the way.
You're right. Understood. Then please wait here as we lock down the perimeter and search for suspicious persons. Ilyas, please stay here. Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham, I'll have to trouble you with the protection of our primary witness.
Sure. Though I'd rather he just protect himself.
Crazy. I think it's very sad that the Matcha don't actually have a uniform. It makes it really funny that Sign-Up wears what he does. In comparison.
Famous ever. Casually ignoring people just like he did back at Aro Village.
Answering a simplistic question only enables the questioner. Besides, I need him to understand my position clearly.
What do you mean?
Arav has just as many doubts about my coming along as you do. But unlike you two, he's making this matter more complicated than it is, with his considerations like the Acting Grand Sage is trying to seize the Matra's powers. That question was obviously bait. The Matra were once under the influence of the sages, and so were often subject to these bureaucratic traps. The test was strictly unnecessary, though. I hope that our exchange will assure him that I won't interfere with their work this time.
Why is this so complicated?
This is why I was against becoming the Acting Grand Sage from the very first. Titles and rank inevitably make a lot of things more troublesome than usual.
Excuse me, Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham. I've had a question on my mind, and I need to know the answer no matter what. Have we met before?
No. I have no recollection of ever meeting you.
Haha! I thought so too. I probably wouldn't have had anything to do with someone of your caliber.
Then why did you ask?
Well, for some reason I felt a sense of familiarity when I met you for the first time.
Really? A misperception, perhaps. Or...
Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham, we've apprehended a suspect.
Siraj?
No, it's the Kasharawar researcher who has dealings with him. His name is Narendra.
Acting Sage Alhaitham. Wait, can someone please explain what's going on? I admit that I did steal some mechanical components from the lab and sell them, but does something like that really warrant the personal interest of the acting Grand Sage? What have I gotten myself into? I know I let greed get the best of me, but please, I promise that this won't ever happen again.
I would like to ask him a few questions.
Of course.
Do you know Siraj?
Yeah, that's the name of my buyer. He asked to make the transaction.
I was sobbing very quietly.
Shut up.
I don't know what you're
What are the
talking about.
details of this transaction?
He's doing some kind of experiment that seems to require many power generators and electrical components that can only be found in our project. He contacted
My
me
pillow is very sound absorbent.
Sum of Mora if I was willing to put some aside for him, under the pretense of them being defective parts.
I'm gonna be so for real. I did not pay attention to what he just said. Oh. You're so lucky. The sigh. And the way yesterday I was literally like thinking about how much I wanted Chino, and then today he's like, I made it at home. Evil. Hello, Stinga. How are you? Hopefully, by the emote spam, you have taken a shot of ketchup today, as we all should. You're good and you did. I approve. Hee 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 hee. It wasn't as good as the place we normally go to. The sigh. Rip. It was truly unable to be beat. Ugh. Why did they have to close? I mourn every single day. Sometimes I walk past it and I see it's completely closed and I'm like, You're here, you're gonna lurk. It's late, but you wanted to support. Alrighty, go ahead and continue on what you were doing previously, even if it is going to, I don't know, sleep. I don't remember what time zone you're in here, to be quite honest. And also, I'm pretty sure you don't like sleeping early, which, well, is it early or is it a normal time? I don't know. Bingus in my chat. Ugh. Disgusting. A crime against my eyes.
We had originally agreed to meet at the tavern earlier today to do the trade. I sure didn't expect to get stood up. Or run into you all.
Perhaps Siraj was aware that Ilyas might leak information, so he intentionally didn't show up. Whatever the case, it seems that this lead ends here. The good news is, regardless of what Siraj was planning, his progress will now be severely hindered by a lack of power generators and electrical components. We still have time to conduct our investigation. Do you have any more questions for the suspect?
No, he's all yours. But I'd like to borrow Ilyas for a while.
Oh, that's fine. We conducted a comprehensive lie detection exam, which showed that he has a genuine case of amnesia. We're not planning to pursue any further breakthroughs on that front. However, I am curious. What do you need him for, exactly?
I've read some papers regarding amnesia, and I'd like to try restoring his memories.
I see. We'll be returning to the Academia then. I'll leave Ilyas in your care.
Follow me.
Where? Or he's very clearly standing, of course.
Siraj didn't show up at the tavern, and Narendra didn't give us any leads. Ugh, that means we're stuck. Alhaitham, are you serious about seeing things through? Paimon's pretty surprised that you're this interested in the case.
I thought you would have guessed the reason by now.
Huh? Paimon has no clue. Hey, do you know?
Do you know Siraj?
Yes, we were classmates.
Oh, so that's why you asked to come along when Arav briefed you on the situation. So you're not here because you're interested in the case itself, but because you know the suspect?
You couldn't be further from the truth, but I wasn't expecting much from you to begin with.
Damn. Crazy.
For the time being, all you need to know is that we were once classmates. I became the scribe afterwards while he continued his academic endeavors. He submitted a thesis 1 year ago, and the Grand Sage at the time asked for my opinion. I did not approve of it because it committed one of the 6 cardinal sins by touching upon human evolution. From violating matters regarding human evolution to attempting the forbidden and fearing none, the 6 cardinal sins are the origin of all evil in this world. They are also what the sages use as a reference when formulating or amending the rules of the academia. My opinion was that Siraj's research was both overly naive and in violation of various core principles. The Grand Sage took some of my suggestions on board and ultimately decided to reject the application.
So that's why he's buying energy sources and electrical components.
He's most likely trying to circumvent the rules and conduct his experiment in secret.
That sounds super suspicious. Oh, we gotta stop him. Ilyas, can you try to remember things again? Maybe something new will pop up.
I'm sorry, but I've already tried many times. And no matter how hard I try, it feels like everything in my mind is shrouded in a thick mist.
It is possible for a person to subconsciously forget some of their memories as a defense mechanism against extreme stress. However, these memories aren't truly lost, but merely sealed away. They can be restored with the appropriate stimulus. Now, try to recall things you care about. They don't need to be related to this case.
Well, actually, I feel like I've forgotten more than just the memories of the time I was kidnapped and experimented on. The kind of person I am, the things I've done, I can remember some things, but I can't recall some others no matter how hard I try. But I do vaguely remember that there are 2 things that I have to do no matter what.
Do tell.
The first is to get my paycheck from the academia and give it to my younger sister in Gandharvaville. I'm not sure about the details, but it seems that I would send money to my younger sister every month to pay for family expenses.
And the second thing? What's the second thing?
Calm down, Paimon.
Remember. Sorry, there's just so much I can't recall.
So impatient with
Not
him.
unexpected. However, you're the only one who has seen Siraj and knows the exact location of his cave at present. As such, we'll do everything we can to help you regain your memories.
Losing your memories must be really painful. But don't you worry, we'll help you get them all back.
Oh, thank you so much. This feeling, it's more than just pain. I don't know how to describe it. I have so few memories that I don't even have a clear idea of who I am. And my head's always ringing. It feels like I could faint at any moment. But amidst all that, it also feels like I've been set free somehow. Nevertheless, I have you all to thank for bringing me what clarity I do have right now. Now, I do remember that I worked part-time at a place in the academia called the Research Preparation Center. That's also where I got my monthly paycheck.
I see. In that case, let's go and find whoever's in charge there.
Oh, I forgot that, yeah, he just walks when he helicopters. Let's go here. Actually, no, it's gonna be here. It's gonna be inside, yeah, the House of Dana. Actually, can I teleport into the House of Dana without... I don't think so, right? No, I think it would just send me to the waypoint. Hiya.
Oh, Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham. I've sent this period's research expenses report to your office. Have you taken a look? Are there any issues with it?
I did. Recent research expenses have decreased quite a bit compared to past figures.
Yes, though that is primarily because there are fewer scholars with research needs. But that can be a rather convoluted topic. Might I ask why you are here today?
I believe you know this individual. His name is Ilias. He worked part-time here, and he's here for his paycheck.
Oh, yes, of course. Though, Ilias, where have you been these past few days? That was our busy period, but then you disappeared without a word. Everyone had to pick up the slack.
I'm sorry, something unexpected came up. But I know I've caused trouble for everyone. Is there anything I can do to make up for it?
The other researchers have more or less finished your share of the work. However, there is one thing that is yet to be settled. Do you remember Chandra? You were in charge of following up on his off-site research application. He retracted his application a few days ago and canceled his off-site project. He's the 12th person to retract a research application this month. I'd like you to ask him why he did that. Chandra's probably having coffee at this hour, so you can find him at the cafe.
Understood. Then, about my paycheck.
I'll pay you in full once you return. However, make sure you don't disappear without saying anything again. Be considerate to your colleagues and give them some forewarning at least. Is this acceptable, Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham?
I have no objections.
Do you say anything?
Things at the academia have been strange lately. People have become much less interested in doing research. This will definitely be bad in the long run.
It's gonna be this waypoint. Run, Kaveh, run! Run! Jump. Okay, well you kind of failed the jump, but it's fine.
Ilias? Long time no see. What can I do for you?
I heard that you canceled your research project, so I'm just here to ask you why.
Oh, that, it's really nothing special. I just don't feel like going anymore. I'm not the only one who canceled, right? I mean, people have had no motivation to conduct research lately, haven't they?
No motivation to conduct research?
Yeah. Say, who might you be? You look sort of familiar.
Oh, don't mind me. Please, continue.
Well, with the downfall of the Sages not long ago, many of the projects that they led were put on hold while they were being investigated. With the situation being so volatile, people are picking up random things to do to kill time. No one wants to risk starting any new research until it's clear how things will pan out in the future.
When you say how things will pan out, you actually mean what the new sages would have interest in, right?
Wow, talk about blunt. But that isn't the only reason for the lack of motivation to start new research.
So what are the other reasons?
Well, because the Akasha terminal shut down.
Oh,
I'm sure you're all aware
right.
that we require all kinds of knowledge to perform any of the research we do. Back then, the Akasha would respond to any of our requests for the knowledge we needed.
I forgot they no longer have ChatGPT.
It was beyond
Oh my
convenient.
god.
We had to spend an extended amount of time studying, so we were able to immediately run various tests and experiments.
I see.
No, that's crazy.
You get it, right? After having had a taste of something so amazing, who can be bothered to manually sift through data and files ever again? There are only a handful of people at the academia who are starting new projects or performing research. Most people are like me, waiting for a recognized researcher to start a project before immediately applying to join. Although our names will be further down in the paper, we'll have a much easier time. We don't have to do most of the mental heavy lifting. All we have to do is focus on our assigned tasks.
Oop.
Ilias, what's wrong?
My head. It hurts.
Oh.
I remember now. I remember what Siraj said to me as he approached. You will become Siraj number 36. Fuse yourself with a consciousness under my control. Think only in accordance with a set module. Like a worker bee in a beehive.
Paimon doesn't get it. What does that even mean?
It's what Siraj was researching, and the topic of the thesis he had submitted. Collective consciousness and the path of evolution.
The poor guy is like, excuse me, what the heck is happening? Collective consciousness? Siraj 36? Collective consciousness.
Siraj believed that by achieving 3 objectives, he could create a collective consciousness in human society and drive humans toward their ultimate evolution. First, he would rank test subjects in descending order of ability, with number 1 serving as the overmind.
This overmind would then divide tasks into numerous modules and delegate them to the collective's members, based on their assigned number and the task's importance. Lastly, this system must support the rapid exchange of information within the collective, or even better, allow its members to share their memories and emotions.
Paimon still doesn't get it. What's the point of all that?
Think of it as linking many minds together and tailoring a given mind's assigned work based on its compatibility. Eventually, everyone's minds will be consolidated into a new form of existence that is both an individual and an organization. Siraj believes this collective consciousness is superior to individual humans.
Whoa. Squishing a whole bunch of people together? Paimon thinks that sounds horrible.
It's just as Alhaitham said. Siraj gave all the test subjects different numbers. Bigger numbers meant you had a lower rank, so your assigned tasks were less complex, such as being responsible for everyone's basic needs. Smaller numbers were ranked higher, so you'd be given more complex assignments like planning for the future. Siraj referred to me as number 36, and I think that was a low-ranking number.
Oh, so
I
not
also
too many.
recall that Siraj said his plan was proceeding very quickly, and that the hive would soon be complete.
Oh no, then we gotta hurry! We have to stop him before it's complete!
I tried my best, but that's all I can remember. I still can't recall where the cave is. I'm really sorry.
Take your time. You'll eventually remember it all. However, something doesn't seem right. Some details don't add up.
What's off?
You were only designated as number 36? What a shame. From what I can see, your talents merit a smaller number.
I'm not sure what Siraj's numbering system is based on. Anyway, we're done here. Let's go.
Please, wait. I heard you all talking about Siraj just now. Are you looking for him?
Huh? Do you know something?
Well, Siraj is pretty popular as of late. I heard he's gained recognition from a lot of well-known researchers. Supposedly, he's a strong contender for being one of the next sages. There are many who would give up everything to be a part of his research team. I'm nothing special though, so I doubt I'd get the opportunity.
Wait, no, this is the one that fires on it. It literally has like a little time symbol for history. And what's the red one? Oh, the red one might be Sparta something. The one that Sino was part of. The one that like researches ley lines and all that.
That said, I do know a researcher who received an invitation from Siraj but declined it. Her name is Janaki. If you're interested, you can try to find her. She's usually reading at the pavilion in the garden. What can I do for you?
This time it's actually gonna be on that waypoint, but give me a quick second. Alrighty, pavilion down.
Are you Janaki? We'd like to ask you a couple of things about Siraj.
Oh, she doesn't. Oh, I was gonna say.
You know me? I'm sorry, but I don't recognize you.
I was say. Oh, she doesn't like Siraj. No, it's really us that she has a problem with.
Are you playing dumb with me?
No, I'm not. I actually have amnesia, so I've lost a lot of my memories.
And? Are you trying to say that I should forgive you just because you've forgotten what you've done? Or are you using the acting Grand Sage as backup to settle things with me? The two biggest loners teaming up. What a terrible thought.
Crazy to backtalk him.
There seems to be a dispute between the two of you, but I have no interest in that. I heard that Siraj once invited you to join his project. Is that true?
So, what if it is? Siraj did extend an invitation to me, and I was also interested in his project. I think it was about collective consciousness or something. Anyway, he said that I could be number 45. I refused because I thought that rank was too low.
I feel like, I mean, crazy, like, collective consciousness. Like, shouldn't that they know, like, the 6 principles on, like, research? Like, what could be researched? And they're just like, I don't care. This is clearly not allowed, but I'll sign up.
No one wants to be placed at the bottom. Certainly not me.
Ilias's number's 36, and Janaki was supposed to be number 45. Ugh, just how many people did Siraj
50
have
maybe?
his eyes on?
If 36 is low.
Did Siraj tell you how he assigned numbers?
You know, it has to be 50, because if 35 is low, then can't be too large of a number set.
Yeah. Remember how the sages took advantage of the Akasha and extracted Yana energy from our heads back then? They left a document that records the amount of Yana energy that the Akasha had extracted from each person. I don't know how Siraj got his hands on that document, but he used it as the basis for his numbering system.
I see. He believes that this data can be used to evaluate a person's computing power.
Is it true though?
Putting aside the validity of the data, it is meaningless to judge individuals based solely on their jnana energy.
At most, jnana energy can only be seen as representing a portion of a person's abilities. Humans are complicated beings, so it is impossible to evaluate them using a single criterion.
See? I knew I couldn't have only been ranked as 45.
What else do you know about Suraj?
That's it. He came to me, I refused, and that was the end of it. Is there anything else you needed? If not, I'm out of here. I've had enough of this eyesore.
Please, wait. I still want to know what I did in the past.
You really forgot?
I swear, I don't remember anything.
Paimon can vouch for him. Amatra also said that he truly lost his memories.
I see. You know what? It's better this way. I get angry just thinking about it. So I really don't have the patience to fill you in. All you need to know is that you got a lot of people in trouble back then, including me. That's all I have to say. Goodbye.
And she's gone. She doesn't seem to like you very much. Do you really not remember anything?
I really don't. But after she said that, I've had this heavy feeling in my chest. I guess I did something really horrible.
Do you want to remember?
Huh?
Even though you're a witness against Suraj in this case, you've also lost your memory. No one can force you to remember if you don't want to. Even if you manage to remember, all you would need to do is feign ignorance and tell us that you tried the best you could, but to no avail.
I'm not sure what to do. Like I said before, for some reason I felt a sense of freedom when I realized I had lost my memories. But I feel like I shouldn't be allowed to go free so easily. I still want to remember everything. What should I do?
I can look up your file. Something that caused trouble for a lot of people in the past must be on file somewhere. Would you like me to look into it?
Yes, please.
All right. Then let's return to the House of Dana. We've spent enough time here, and you should go and get your paycheck.
It's gonna be in the House of Dana, but let's see. Can I teleport into the house? No, it's gonna be teleport to somewhere else. I knew it! Oh, and it sent me to the worst teleport. Actually, can I enter in through the side doors? That's gonna take really long, though. Where the fuck is it? Yeah. God damn, this tree is too big. Where's the side doors? There it is. Yeah, I probably should just immediately done the other teleport. Oh, this is the other door. Okay, that's what I get for not really looking.
Let's split up for now. Ilyas, you go and get your paycheck. The rest of you, come to the archives with me. We'll meet back here later and then head over to Gandharvaville.
Okay. Thank you all so much.
Relax, Ilyas. Being nervous accomplishes nothing.
That's true. I'm ready. No matter what I've done, I'm ready to face it. I'll also try my best to remember anything else related to Siraj. We'll put an end to all of this.
I'm holding you to that. See you later.
Where's my key? Not again.
I never really come up here. I kind of forgot what it looked like. I didn't remember like it went down like that. This is a ginormous office. Like, genuinely does not need to be this way. I didn't realize there was someone else here. Are you an actual NPC or like, yeah. An NPC. I guess he stays here up like all alone. Because Alhaitham normally isn't here because he's a playable character. Wow. Oh, he's excited, so good for him.
Okay. The important files from the last few years should all be here.
There are many vacancies for sages, and the number of suspicious people spreading various news in Samara City has increased significantly recently. Okay, increased significantly recently. It's crazy. The Corps Authority are looking to recruit for surveillance and to ensure the city's peace and stability. Wait, what does this say? About the Corps Authority application fee. I see. Oh, he's moving. About recent where is he going? Recent developments in I don't know how to say it. Has been peaceful recently. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Oh, I forgot I was on auto. I'm gonna be so for real. About sleepwalking, the sleepwalking eccentric, the I can't say these titles, has also had an abundance of weirdos recently. There's a new rumor that a student that has the ability to write the heaven sent thesis. The circumstances are still under investigation. Is this about Layla? Poor girl. I wonder if she wasn't released then, so it was kind of like a little hint for her. Probably, right?
What's wrong?
Nothing. Anyway, I found Ilyas's file. Let's meet downstairs.
Nothing, my ass. Lies.
What have I done?
What have you done?
This file indicates that you were once commended by the Academia for your courage and sense of justice. You were considered a hero.
Huh? Me?
Yes. Your instructor was engaging in academic fraud, and you were the one who reported him. Your report was found to be true after a series of investigations, and your instructor was brought to justice by the Matra. This incident caused quite the commotion, and the Academia sent you a commendation.
So, I guess, the other woman who was really angry at him was technically part of that and got affected by it, huh? Oh!
What is it? Are any memories coming back to you?
No, it's just... my head feels like it's being ripped apart again. It hurts. Did I seriously do that? Then why?
Let's put this matter aside for now. It isn't directly related to Siraj, so there's no need to push yourself over it.
I'm sorry. It should have been something good to hear, but My body is instinctively rejecting it. I feel like I'll black out if I try to remember.
Take it slow. Recovering memories is no easy task, especially when it involves memories that you don't want to remember. Just do what you think is right.
Thank you. I'm not sure how you're so calm and composed all the time, but it does make me feel more confident about the situation I'm in.
Let's head to Gandharvaville and deliver Ilias's paycheck to his sister. Come on!
Is the sister gonna be dead? That would be really sad. Zoom out. Like maybe he only accepted because it was a lot of money, and the sister hadn't gotten. Maybe like she was sick and she got worse, and then a lot of money. So it's like, oh yes, I'll join. And then since he's been gone for a while, from what we know, she could be gone.
We should be close. Let me think. It should be this way.
Ilias, what are you doing back here?
His family?
Dad, it's nothing. I was just wondering how everyone was doing.
You sure everything's okay? Did they bully you again? It's all right. You can tell us. Ilias.
I'm crying. I'm sorry, like, you can tell us that you just, like, immediately start sobbing. Of course, it's not related to what she said, but, like, damn.
I'm fine. Just a minor headache.
Minor.
I haven't been getting much rest lately.
Back then, I told you not to be a hero. Look how things turned out.
Oh, crazy.
I can't imagine how things are going for you at the academia. We've even been receiving threat letters.
Oh my.
You don't have to force yourself to stay at the academia. You can always come back home.
I'm all right. I just need a little rest.
Ilias doesn't seem like he wants them to know that he has amnesia.
He doesn't want his family to worry. Makes sense.
Hey, that's enough, you two. Ilias isn't feeling well. You can keep nagging him once we get home. Ilias, let's find somewhere to talk. So, how's your headache?
It's much better now. Oh, here. It's this month's paycheck. How's everything at home?
Same old, same old. It's just that everyone's worried about you. Don't mind their nagging. Deep down, they know that you did the right thing. It's just that after hearing a lot of bad rumors about you and seeing all the threatening letters, well, they're mom and dad. Maybe they just want you to conform a bit more.
Conform.
Yeah. You don't remember? After the incident, you... Ilias? What's wrong?
Ah, I see. I remember now. Don't worry, I remember now.
You're acting a little weird today, you know?
I don't know if we wanted you to remember.
I understand your decision. But Mom, Dad, and I just want you to be happy.
Did we accidentally make him remember too much and he integrated back into the hive mind?
I don't care if you're a hero or not. I just want you to enjoy life and relax more.
Your understanding is a great comfort to him.
Is it? That's good. Are you a friend of his?
More so these two. My name is Alhaitham, and this is the Traveler in Paimon.
Oh, that rings a bell. At any rate, I feel more at ease knowing that my brother has friends. Would you like to join us for dinner? I just happened to buy some extra food.
Sorry, but I still have things I need to take care of.
Well, that's a shame. Okay, I'll get going then. Take care of yourself, Ilias.
Don't worry. I won't do anything to make you guys worry again.
You remember now?
Yes, I do. Thanks for that. You know, you don't seem like such a bad person.
Crazy.
Is that your way of conveying gratitude?
Oh, my apologies. But I meant every word. Remember when I asked at the tavern if we had ever met? I said that there was a sense of familiarity, but what I really meant was a sense of loathing. Yeah, but having spent some time with you, I realized that you're not someone I disliked to that extent. Strange, isn't it? Why did I have those thoughts at that time?
Collective consciousness, what do you mean?
That I don't care about what others think. If you could also develop this quality, then you won't be as bothered by complicated social relationships.
Give me a second. But like, clearly, this is Siraj's thought process because, you know, Siraj is the main one. Collective consciousness. I don't know. It's just they were classmates. I don't know. Very obvious, but okay.
It'd be great if I could think like you. But first things first. I remember where Siraj's cave is now. I'll take you there.
Really? That's great! Paimon remembers that you said there are 2 things that you had to do. We've only checked off 1, right? What about the other one? Are we not gonna do that first?
There are more important things at hand. We have to stop Siraj before he completes his collective consciousness, or it'll be too late.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get food. I have acquired the food. Right, point is, I had pointed out that how he remembered everything. Yeah, how he said this, I'm pretty sure he's back to being Siraj number 36. And honestly, I think maybe the whole thing was planned, that he escaped, which is why, like, that was the thing, number 2, was to bring Alhaitham to the cave, which is why he couldn't remember it, because the point was, like, get his attention by him genuinely not remembering, and then, of course, like, he would end up remembering and bring him there, type of thing. So, I think it was all planned, and he's currently Siraj number 36. Dun dun.
You're right. Let's head out.
Oh. Oh, I should have checked if his family was nearby. Oh well. We move on. Are those Rukadavada? Not Rukadavada, but like they're really close to being called Rukadavada mushrooms. Rukashava. I don't know how to say that. Point is, they're annoying to get, so get it while I can. Can I find them?
This is the place.
It's so well hidden. But there's nothing spooky about it. Let's go inside and take a look.
Because it wants one for Alhaitham, but he's fine with Lunar Bloom. I don't want to change out my team. You see, nowadays, if you needed another element, they would give you the Traveler. Electro Traveler during this would make me cry.
Weird. It's bigger on the inside than Paimon imagined. Are you sure it's still a work in progress? Ilyas, do you remember this place? Huh? Ilyas!
I knew it. He turned into Siraj number 36.
Nearby.
Did he get separated from us? Should we wait here or turn around and look for him?
There's no need for that. Let's keep moving.
Alright. We'll continue in and see if he catches up to us.
Here you are.
Oh my. Lord have mercy.
It's okay, Ilyas. You've done more than enough for me already.
I don't understand. Everyone knows that Johnny is stealing your research. Why is no one willing to go public with the truth? He shamelessly used your thesis to send in a project application. And whenever the project hits a wall, he asks you for help. Everyone knows what's going on.
Do you know how many people are working on that project? If Johnny was kicked out because of academic fraud, that'd be the end of the project. Too many people would be affected.
But he's obviously taking advantage of you!
Okay, but like, why couldn't they continue the project with him actually, you know, being at the lead of it since it was his, but okay.
He throws you the hardest work, and after you're done pulling all-nighters, he struts around with your research data and takes credit for it. That's not right! Why are you putting up with this?
A lot of people warn me to not say anything. And I think they have a point. This is just how things are. All I want is to graduate without any problems. It's okay. He's at least paying me.
Half a year of your time and effort. Countless all-nighters and casual threats and insults. All for a measly 20,000 mora? He's treating people like cattle.
Enough. It's fine. I just need to suck it up and get it done.
What's the matter?
I think I saw a glimpse of Ilya's past.
You could read minds this whole time and you never told Paimon?
Of course.
Paimon. He's not here. How would I be reading his mind?
I was also able to see those memories just now. They were probably the ones that leaked out while Ilias was connecting to the collective consciousness.
Connecting collective consciousness?
Girl, we've been talking about this. This is like, girl, Paimon, we love you. Have you not been paying attention to what we've been talking about this entire time?
It's clear that this place isn't a work in progress. The hive has long been finished. The collective consciousness project is already complete, and Ilias is now returning to the collective.
So he tricked us? No. Yes and no. When he was completely mind wiped, he didn't know, but then he remembered and he's like, I gotta bring them back.
Not entirely. Keep walking and you'll see why.
I already know the reason. Wow. Oh, wow. Huh. This is like the only time these are used? I don't think they're in Economia, right? Crazy. Okay, but like how fast can I... Alright. Okay, but what if... Okay. This is all unnecessary, but I was really wanting to try it. I wasn't even gonna do it. Like, I was like, oh, you know, I kind of just wanted to see both of that. Yeah, I was like, yeah, no, realistically, if that one has back, like a back one, that means I need to get the other key back again. So, glad to know I was correct in that thinking.
I see everything. All my strength. Committed to memory.
4. E, Columbina.
Here you are.
Okay, so, oh, there, okay, I was gonna say, I didn't get to kill anyone with Alhaitham. God damn, I could not see a thing. I was beyond blind.
It's completely different from what Ilias said. This place looks like it's been done for a while.
There's a person up there. Whee! Oh, that was embarrassing. I thought it was gonna be like a jump pad, which I guess doesn't make sense with the wood. But like, anyways. Person.
Contributing to the collective by only thinking to your strengths. How easy.
Oh, okay. I wanted to talk to him, but I guess that okay. I'm trapped in here. Can I? What if I try teleporting out? Oh no. Okay, it's ceiling, invisible ceiling. But I see. Person. Okay. Well, we're going this way.
That name fills me with hatred. We must get rid of him.
Ooh. Yeah, I guess he he really hated his classmate. Crazy. I wonder if it's because he just was really smart. And the other person was just jealous of the academic prowess he had. Oh. Oh. Well. Apparently he's also controlling the tree. Ooh.
An entire year's worth of work down the drain. And for what? Your reputation? Do you have any idea how many people you've brought down?
You could have played hero any time, so why couldn't you have waited until the project was complete?
I don't understand what you guys are saying. Are you saying you don't care that Raju jumped to his
Oh my
death?
god. Oh.
It's a shame. What happened to him? I thought he was stronger than that.
Nah, that's crazy. Loki, no, don't feel bad that you ruined all their work. Cause they said everyone knew about it, which means they were fine profiting off of someone else's mental health and just like workload, a bunch of things, and they were like, oh well, in the end we're gonna benefit from it, so it's fine. So like honestly, I don't feel bad for them.
Everyone has been working hard to complete the project. He could have endured for a bit longer, but he chose now of all times to...
In any case, we're done with you. Because of your recklessness, the Matra are putting Johnny on trial. This project is done for. None of this affects you at all. But do you know how many people, myself included, needed this project to complete their studies? Now our futures are up in the air. If worst comes to pass, we might not be able to graduate. Do you understand now?
I'm sorry.
There's no need for an apology. It's not like I'll accept it anyway. You'll pay for this.
Hey, you're blinking out again. What did you see this time?
Ilias.
Don't jump to
Rip.
conclusions just yet. Save your words for when we see him.
Oh, okay. Because, like, there is a high chance that a bunch of people didn't actually know, but... Oh, hello, person. But in the end, profiting off of... Like, you had to feel bad for the people who were on the project, but at the same time, you don't feel bad for them because, like, like, for them to have succeeded and thrived, it means, you know, the downfall of the person who originally made it getting nothing, really. I mean, there's a lot more to say, but, like, I'm not saying any of it because I kind of just want to finish. I'm like, is it worth yapping? Can I collect multiple? Oh my god, I can. Oh. I'm dead.
Just in case, why don't we take both keys with us?
I was gonna say, like, is it multiple times this happens? Because, like, I don't really need to put it back there. So, yes, it is multiple times. Jump, Alhaitham. Jump! Jump! Can I grab this? My god. Excuse you. So, if I need... Did Paimon just say that? Because... Oh. I thought Paimon meant for now. She meant for back there. Okay. Paimon, there you are confusing me when I'm, like, getting it perfectly clear.
Well, Alias, this is all very strange. Is there really no research group that will take you? Well, to pass this course, you must complete a paper with other researchers. I know you're a hero for fighting academic fraud, but we can't make exceptions for heroes, now can we? Maybe you should try to improve your relationship with the other researchers. Getting a reputation for being too unconventional will not stand you in good stead in the long run.
Is this why he joined Siraj's project? And that's Siraj right there? Crazy.
I understand.
You seem troubled. Who are you?
Where are my manners? My name is Siraj.
Siraj, I've heard of you before. Do you need something from me?
The world hates people who don't fit in. I imagine you've had your fair share of trouble. After you reported Johnny for academic fraud, you were ostracized and shunned. Even your family can't understand your actions. However, I'm working on some research that will help you merge into a collective. That way, your life won't be so dolorous. How about it? Wanna have a go?
What did you see?
Siraj persuaded Ilyas to join the Hive. It wasn't forced.
Paimon can't believe it! He really did trick us! That giga jerk!
Well, if he...
Siraj is the real giga jerk here. Ilias is just a regular jerk.
Well, I'm pretty sure he was given amnesia to get Alhaitham to come here. So at the time, he really did believe that he was forced and kidnapped.
Paimon's so mad! We're gonna find him and we're gonna make him explain himself!
Oh my god. There you are blaming the wrong person. Is that Siraj or is that Ilyas? This is a really pretty thing. I'm pretty sure this is where we're about to fight a bunch of people and enemies, but... Oh.
You've come. I intentionally slowed my integration into the collective consciousness because I wanted to see you one last time as Ilias. And I wanted to apologize to you as him. It was only at Gandharvaville that the second thing I must do occurred to me. Bring you all here. To throw off the Matra and bring Alhaitham to the Hive. That was my task as Siraj number 36.
You were already Siraj number 36? But you passed the Matra's lie detector test!
Yes, I truly did forget many things during that time. Even my identity and assigned responsibilities. However, it's not that I got scared and forgot. I chose to delete those memories. It's difficult to fool Alhaitham, so I had to create the perfect guise for myself.
And the best guise is when you believe your own lies.
Correct. I only told you that the Hive was incomplete because I had deleted my memories of its completion. It was finished a long time ago. Before I left, I was already living as number 36. Now, I choose to return to that identity. Only here can I be truly free. That's all I wanted to say. After I enter this room, my consciousness will merge back into the collective. And so, this is goodbye.
Is this your decision?
time to consider, Ilyas.
That is Siraj.
So you're that Giga Jerk!
Giga jerk? Huh, how bold of you. Have I done something to offend you? I modified Akasha terminals to allow users to share memories and emotions. Then, I recruited researchers from the academia to build a collective consciousness. I assigned numbers to everyone and divided the experiment's tasks amongst themselves. Here, people can live easily and happily without needing to exercise complex mental thought. This is what they have chosen. All I've done is fulfill their wishes.
You're just trying to justify yourself!
Then I ask you, what's the difference between here and the outside? There are researchers at the academia who engage in dangerous research in extreme environments while others become idle and listless. People are so obsessed with collective will that even those on the fringes will attempt to fit in after suffering setbacks. Isn't that right, Ilyas? There's no need to deny this, as it is fact. It is natural for social creatures to conform. And the terminus of conformity is a collective consciousness through which even an ordinary bee colony can become a powerful swarm. Replace the bees with humans, and this model becomes even more potent. Welcome to the hive, Alhaitham. You once arrogantly denied the merits of this project before the Grand Sage. A few simple words from you, and my research was consigned to nothingness. Of course, I'm well aware that you don't care about any of this. You don't care about the pain of others. But I didn't give up. I made my thesis into reality.
When we arrived, I noticed many empty rooms in the hive.
Oh, you noticed that? Then can you guess where their inhabitants are? The answer is the academia. They're executing another phase of the plan. The plan to install me as a sage.
Oh, is that why he's so-called popular? Is because they're spreading good word about him?
The collective consciousness links all of us into a single mind, showcasing our individual strengths as we work together. We are able to execute complex undertakings while instantaneously modifying our strategies in response to unexpected situations. Everything has been proceeding smoothly. You are our biggest obstacle. With you out of the way, I'll use my growing influence to turn the collective consciousness into a legitimate study. The project will snowball until ultimately everyone will be part of my hive. No. The hive will be in control, and it will lead the academia towards a new future.
We won't let you do this!
What can you achieve with mere words? You weren't even able to change Ilyas's mind. Return to the hive, number 36.
Oh.
Yes.
Wait! Don't go back! Look! There are lots of people out there worried about you. And you aren't an outcast. Aren't we your friends?
That's easy for you to say, given that you're travelers. Will you two continue to stay at the academia? When you leave, tragedy will repeat itself. Return, number 36. You know as well as I do that comforting words don't make life any easier.
Ilyas? Why?
You two are just as arrogant as Alhaitham.
I mean,
You think that everyone should be like you.
bit about the family, but
according to
okay.
their own truths. But you don't realize that most people simply want easy lives. I allowed number 36 to leave the hive without his memories only because I knew he would eventually return. This proves that I know more about human nature than you do.
Wow.
Alhaitham, do say a word or two. I will consider them as your last.
I made those words quite clear a year ago. The model you presented was extremely unstable. No amount of garish packaging will change its fragile nature. It can't be helped. If you were clever enough to realize those problems, then you would have been aware that the hive changed when Ilias returned to this collective consciousness of yours.
Bringing an outside perspective into the mind.
What?
What's happening?
The collective needs motivation to execute its plans, just as machinery requires energy to operate. That's why you, as the Overmind, synchronized your hatred of me into the collective, prompting them to create and execute a plan to eliminate me.
And Ilias ended up liking Alhaitham. He's like, you know, you're not that bad of a guy. So it breaks, because like the collective memory, and that sentiment goes to everyone else, and it breaks the motivation. Crazy.
However, when Ilias returned to the collective, his memories and emotions were shared with the rest of its members. This includes his perception of me.
Thanks for that. You know, you don't seem like such a bad person. Strange, isn't it? Why did I have those thoughts at that time?
This contradicts the hatred you had provided them, and these two differing emotions will give rise to new conflict.
So that's it. Wait, so you knew that Ilias would return to the hive? And then you pretended to keep him around just to fool Siraj. Wouldn't expect any less from you, Alhaitham. Once the collective consciousness bugs out, we'll take that opportunity to... Wait, it's back to normal already.
Alhaitham, I told you. You're too arrogant. Did you really think that your little scheme would be enough to destabilize the hive? Ilias's return had indeed introduced abnormal emotions into the hive, but such a meager drop cannot give rise to waves. Your struggle has been in vain, and it's time to end it. Allow me to show you what makes the collective consciousness so formidable.
So many monsters. Where did they come from? And something feels off about them.
I also integrated monsters into the collective, though I ranked them last. Even so, they are part of it. Despite their lack of intelligence, perfect cooperation can be achieved, much like soldiers who have undergone strict training. Now then, drown in endless waves of monsters. You will all pay for your ceaseless arrogance.
Hey, Alhaitham? Your plan didn't work, so what do we do now?
I've already sent my gift to the collective. It'll take some time for the recipient to receive it. You two just need to brace yourselves for the nuisance in front of us.
Well, alright. Paimon doesn't know how you get so confident, but we'll hold them off for as long as we can.
Let me bomb them all, please.
When three moons converge. This may hurt a little. The Temple of Wisdom. Everyone hold hands. Positions.
Alhaitham isn't that bad of a person.
Oh.
You see? That is the will of the collective. Even with the hatred gone, they continue their work. An external anomaly cannot shake the collective stability.
I fear I did kill them a bit too fast to not hear the whole line, but it's fine.
A process of elimination. He won't hold out for much longer.
He's a lot tougher than we imagined.
Something's gone wrong at the Academia. The
Oh wait, yeah.
What's going on? What's with this sudden influx of information? Silence! As the Overmind, I command you!
Oops. You know, maybe I should wait a bit. Okay, so, we're gonna let them finish the voice lines, because I'm kind of wanting to hear them, but, like, I keep bombing everything too fast. Okay, fine. I guess it's the one time they don't have a voice line immediately.
A moonlit night for all. With all my strength.
How is that
judgment?
Okay, wait, no, I'm gonna kill him.
The will of the collective cannot be wrong. The Overmind must have made an error.
Columbina, don't you dare. Columbina, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Siraj
No,
is
no,
the
no,
most
no.
intelligent among us. He is number one. His judgment is the optimal one.
Is that true? No, not necessarily.
We good? Oh, wait, no, I read Columbina. Bomb him! Hehehe.
What have you done?
Calm down. Don't you have an easy way to figure this out? You were only designated as number 36? What a shame. From what I can see, your talents merit a smaller number.
Ooh.
Putting aside the validity of the data, it is meaningless to judge individuals based solely on their jnana energy.
Ooh.
What you said to Ilias has now become a memory shared by all members of the Hive. I see it now! You've channeled and amplified their selfish desires! You're trying to destroy my Hive from the inside out!
Human minds are not infinitely pliable, and your Hive has stretched many of them to their limit. Once your authority as Overmind starts to wane, it won't be long before your subjects snap back. Is it worth living here like a machine? Being a tool for the rest of my life? As soon as one person begins to have these thoughts, selfishness, doubt, and fear will propagate, thanks to the web of consciousness that you built. At this stage, your so-called Hive has already fallen.
It's not over yet. I am the Overmind! There has to be a way!
It's too late. Once the desires of the Hive accumulate, beyond a certain threshold, they will kill their king.
I wouldn't have suffered such a disgraceful defeat if I was the Overmind.
My number shouldn't be so far down the list. Siraj is a liar.
This isn't what we agreed to.
I should be the one in your position!
The Hive shut down?
It's over.
What happened just now?
Members of a collective consciousness are more likely to reach a consensus because of their shared memories and emotions. For example, Ilias did have differing perceptions, but he ultimately followed the collective consciousness's judgment. However, this system is far from perfect. Based on this logic, the collective consciousness will generate an intractable diffusion effect upon encountering negative emotions.
Selfish desires.
The disturbance that Ilias caused wasn't for naught. It made the collective question the Overmind.
Setbacks in the plan further amplify doubt, which diminishes the Overmind's influence. This inevitably causes the collective to generate negative emotions.
Apprehension, disappointment, panic, avarice. These negative emotions can be very well hidden, as humans generally do not share completely transparent channels of communication. But in the Hive, where there are no secrets, negativity can spread like a tidal wave. Of course, what I said to Ilias was the trigger for all of this. A few words were enough. Believe in the power of words, Siraj.
You were already thinking of a way to destroy the collective consciousness. Even back then, you knew that Ilias was the bait all along? But how did you know? Since when?
I knew it from the moment I saw him. Moreover, I never looked down on you. My opinion of you has always been objective. You have a naive view towards the concepts of collective consciousness and human evolution, but you are intelligent and disciplined. You would never let a test subject escape. Mistakes like that are beneath you, and you also won't leave any mistake without a resolution.
I I never thought I'd hear those words come from you. But if you're saying that out of sympathy, spare me. I know very well that you've never viewed me as an equal. When you were with us, you always had a distant look in your eyes. You don't need to hide it. I know it better than anyone else. The arrogance that comes with being a genius. Nobody likes being treated like that.
Your perspective is entirely born from your habitual way of looking at things. From your perspective, you probably think I'm like you, someone who doesn't fit in. However, I've never placed myself on a pedestal. I just want to distance myself from meaningless noise and look at everything objectively. On the other hand, you have failed to come to terms with who you truly are. You care too much about winning and how others perceive you.
You mean to say that I'm the arrogant one here?
I mean, you literally
Is
called
that
yourself
not
the
so?
Overmind, so like...
Arrogant and emotionally fragile. You view people as a simple, mediocre collective, while you regard me as one of your kind.
Regardless, I have lost. You can take me back to the academia and stand trial.
You will stand trial, yes. But arresting people isn't in my job description. I'm just an ordinary staff member. I believe it is the General Mahamatra's duty to escort you away.
Sino? What are you doing here?
I followed the symbols. Looks like things have already been settled.
Stupid Mahamatra not having an actual uniform.
I left a similar picture in my letter to him, and I made several similar symbols on the way here.
Wait, what do you mean you left a letter?
Well, he sent word to Sino, so like...
Paimon remembers. When Paimon first saw you, Arab said that you had left a letter for Sino. So you really did know that something was up with Ilyas from the start. You lied to us too!
It'd be best if you didn't spout nonsense. I never employed any mode of trickery on you. By the way, I came across some information at the Academia a few days ago. If you practice the method discussed therein, your vision may improve. Do you need it?
Seriously? This guy. By the way, Sino, Paimon heard that Siraj sent more people to the Academia. We can't let those jerks get away!
Don't worry. The Matra have started screening suspicious persons, and we've already arrested many of Siraj's associates. This was likely one factor that caused the Hive's consciousness to waver. Everything went as you predicted, Alhaitham.
Good. Seems like the interesting part is already over. I'll leave the arrests to you all. See you.
And off he goes. There still are a lot of test subjects here, so let's stick around for a while.
The sign. Oh no, there he is. I'm just blind. Okay. Crazy.
Oh no. I was involved in all these plans to get rid of the acting Grand Sage? What came over me? How could I do something like this?
We were accomplices without knowing it. But I'm afraid that Alhaitham might pressure the Matra into giving us heavier sentences. Whether he's the scribe or the acting Grand Sage, we can't afford to offend him. It seems our future at the Academia will be full of uncertainties.
We can discuss the future later. Leaving the collective left me with a strange sense of guilt. I didn't feel anything towards Alhaitham at first, since he wasn't well known. All the opinions I heard about him were negative, though. Siraj made us hate Alhaitham, and we blindly accepted that hatred and thought of him as a bad person. From how things look, we've done a lot of irrational things.
I guess we're getting what we deserve. Could Could you help us apologize to Alhaitham?
I think he would prefer death. But
Sure, Paimon will help you tell Alhaitham. But whether he chooses to forgive you is up to him.
It's okay. No matter what he chooses, apologizing will make us feel slightly better. If he chooses to remember this, we're prepared for our punishment.
It's time to go.
Let's go.
So, were they all duped? We can ask Alhaitham about that later.
they were probably chosen if they were in a bad mental state so that they would agree to this, but...
Looks like I can't exist as Siraj number 36. Yet, my life as Ilyas goes on. When I was at Gandharvaville, I thought about whether I should just come forward with the truth. But I didn't have the courage then. So in the end, I lost my sense of justice. But I also wasn't able to conform.
Ilyas?
Don't be sad. I'm the one who deceived you. However, I didn't come out of this completely empty-handed. The moment the hive collapsed, an idea popped into my head. I realized that the collective I was always trying to fit into wasn't as powerful as I had imagined. Understanding that gave me courage somehow. Perhaps one day I could be just like Alhaitham and not care about what anyone else thinks.
I highly doubt that.
You can do it. Paimon believes in you.
Thanks. Well, I should get going. I'm one of the primary suspects in the case, so I'll have to receive my due punishment. Can you keep this a secret from my parents and my sister? I just don't want them to worry. Also, please apologize to Alhaitham for me. Goodbye, you two.
All the test subjects have been taken away. I'll have my subordinates seal the place, retrieve all documentation, and destroy the system. Are you two hurt? I brought bandages and hemostatics.
Paimon's fine. Just a little tired.
Girl, you didn't do anything.
Get some rest. Alhaitham is probably waiting for you at the entrance. Go see him when you're done here. Watch out for any of Siraj's associates who might still be in hiding. If you encounter anything you can't take care of, come find me at the academia.
Okay, you stay safe too, Sino. Let's go meet up with Alhaitham.
I grabbed the exquisite chest that was here, right? In the domain? Surely I did. Columbino! Yeah.
The matter's settled. We can return now. I actually thought it would have been settled sooner. This took much longer than I expected. Judging by your faces, it seems like you two still have some questions.
That's right.
I respect your curiosity, but I'm off the clock now, so I'm not going to field any questions.
Crazy.
We're not your colleagues.
You couldn't tell that was an excuse just now?
What? Are you kidding me? You're not leaving today until you explain what happened back at Siraj's secret base.
See ya.
Crazy.
Hold it right there.
Are you done? Your behavior is reminding me of some other people.
Stop changing the subject.
It's too much of a hassle to explain everything from the top. You know what? Come with me.
Where to?
You'll know when we get there. guess.
What's with you all of a sudden? Being all polite and inviting us over?
Hee.
Ah, you're back. Quick, come help me see if this painting's all straightened. Huh? Who are they?
Stop making a fuss. They're obviously guests.
You're not from the academia, are you?
No, we're not.
I'm unsure she's seen you before.
Wow.
That person from that time in that one place.
Paimon.
What? How do you know me? Oh no, do people know that I live here?
Paimon, please.
You're embarrassed only now of all times?
Oh, you guys are roommates!
Yes, we are, but keep that to yourselves. Please, don't tell anyone else.
I keep a few books on collectives and the subconscious here at home. I'll get them. You all chat in the meantime.
Hey!
Hey! You're leaving just like that? What's the deal, Alhaitham?
Crazy.
Sorry, I know we've only just met, but I have to ask. Are you, you wouldn't happen to be actors that Alhaitham hired to pretend to be his friends, would you?
What?
Guess not. I've never seen him invite friends home before, so please excuse my surprise. You guys get it, right? You know, with his temperament and stuff.
But aren't you friends with him?
I wouldn't say friends exactly. Okay, well, we used to be, but we're not anymore.
Huh?
Don't worry about it. My name is Kaveh. I'm sorry to have met you under these circumstances. Anyway, please don't say anything about me living here.
You seem like you got a lot going on. So maybe Samora will make Paimon shut up.
Paimon, silence.
Are you serious? How could you? Of course. You're Alhaitham's friends.
What? That was a normal response. You exposed your own weakness.
Still, why do you have to treat me like he does?
Judging by the deafening din coming from the living room, you all must be getting along quite well.
Entertain your own friends, why don't you?
I'll leave the books here.
Oh my.
Paimon's dizzy from reading. This is way too complicated. Why don't we just ask questions instead? Paimon wants to know, oh, how did you know about the collective consciousness's weakness?
A year ago, Siraj presented his thesis to the Grand Sage, who offhandedly asked for my opinion. I actually responded with 2 lines of reasoning. The first, as I've already said, was that his research was on human evolution, a subject prohibited by the academia. The second was that I thought the direction of his research was too extreme, but his approach too conservative.
Wait, that's too conservative? He built such a large lab, gathered all those people, and even tried to get rid of you!
One way to stabilize a collective consciousness is to remove the test subject's humanity altogether. The optimal solution to achieve collective consciousness is to focus solely on the overmind and treat the other test subjects as tools.
That's way too dangerous. You're not seriously considering that, are you? 'Cause, whew.
I'm merely stating the facts. If Siraj had done that, I would have felt his work to be just as senseless. It's impossible for any species to evolve overnight, and humans without their humanity cannot be called humans. That's why the academia prohibited research into human evolution. Most research of this kind tends to run contrary to evolution.
Huh. Paimon gets it now.
Ha! That's rich coming from you. If humans aren't humans without their humanity, then you'll probably evolve into some other species in another decade, I wager.
What about you? Are you going to devolve into a fungus?
At least I'd be a fungus with empathy.
sorry for eavesdropping, but what happened to you guys? Are you in trouble?
Sort of. We encountered a strange researcher that had it out for us.
Are you all okay?
Well, to be more precise, they had it out for Alhaitham. We just happened to be there. Oh. Genshin, thanks. Thank you.
Huh. So that's how things went. Such is life. If only he'd known, Alhaitham could have stayed indoors today, and the whole thing could have been avoided, right? Plus, he could have helped me with the housework for once. See those books? They've been sitting there waiting for someone to sort through them for an age. If you're not gonna read them, tidy them away. They don't belong there.
Can you feel the awkwardness in the air? I hope you're aware of your lack of conversational skills.
Oh, so the pot's calling the kettle black, is he? Well, having said all that, are you okay?
I'm doing quite well. Much better than that painting you're trying to hang on the wall.
You don't understand anything. Stop criticizing my taste in decoration.
Kaveh seems to be upset again.
Paimon can't tell which of them is more problematic. Let's just get this over with and leave.
I blame your curiosity, Paimon.
You whisper very loudly.
Yeah, Paimon's been told that.
Crazy.
Do you have any more questions?
Let Paimon think. Oh, by the way, the other researchers apologized to you. They hope that you can forgive them.
I bear them no ill will. More accurately, I don't really care about what they think of me. To some extent, they were also fooled by Siraj. The Matra will take this into account at their trials.
Ilias also said that he wanted to tell us the truth at Gandharvaville, but he didn't have the courage. He apologized to you, too.
It doesn't matter. I never considered asking him to come forward with the truth. Judging from his experiences, he's more courageous than the average person. There's no need to lay even more criticism on him. Criticizing the brave only shows how weak you yourself are. I'm going for dinner in 10 minutes, so I'll field one last question.
Paimon doesn't have any more questions. How about you?
What were you actually interested in, Alhaitham?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. You only started investigating with the Matra at the Academia because you were interested in something, right? But after meeting Siraj, it didn't seem like you were interested in him or his experiment.
I had no interest in him personally, but I was curious as to why so many people were willing to form a collective consciousness with him. I now understand the reason.
Something to do with the current atmosphere in the at the Academia, I suppose?
Correct. The fall of the Sages and the shutdown of the Akasha terminals deeply affected the Academia. The fact that Siraj's project attracted so much interest despite not being approved speaks to the lack of research projects as of late. As the acting Grand Sage, I'll have to figure something out. In addition, what happened to Ilias is worth our attention. Reporting academic fraud was the right thing to do. He didn't deserve the outcome that he had received.
Paimon understands now. Oh, you're pretty serious when it comes to work, huh?
I think minimum viable seriousness is a more apt description. I'll do my best to take care of this mess until my resignation is approved.
Wait, your resignation?
Yes. I've already submitted my resignation to the Academia. Soon, I'll resign as the acting Grand Sage and go back to being its scribe. I don't think Siraj knew about that. If he had waited just a few more days before acting, I would have already resigned.
Yeah, about that. I'm pretty sure it took like a long time until technically during the event he was able to resign, but
what he'd do
crazy.
then wouldn't have been any concern of mine. However, even without my input, his unstable model would have collapsed for some other reason, so it makes no difference.
But why do you want to resign?
I'm not suited to be a sage, nor do I want to be one. The official process to select the new sages is already underway, but This process is long and takes far too much time. If I serve as acting Grand Sage for too long, the position might become permanent. That would be troublesome. This job isn't something I want to spend the rest of my life doing.
You have a pretty clear direction for yourself.
It's important to keep your priorities straight. Well, it's about time. You two should grab some dinner as well.
Oh, now that you say that, Paimon's kinda hungry. See ya! We're gonna grab some yummies!
And goodbye.
See ya.
Yippee. Where am I? Oh!
The name Siraj doesn't ring a bell. Was he in your class?
He isn't someone who would leave an impression, so it's expected that you don't remember him.
I've always had a hard time appreciating the way that the academia pressures people by labeling them as geniuses. But even so, the academia can't be left to you. Or perhaps I should say that I'm delighted to see that you have a base amount of self-awareness. If the people in the academia haven't gone mad, they'd know that I'm much more suited to be a sage than you.
And I suppose they'd let everyone know that your career as a sage will be as shaky as that painting.
Again, that's mighty rich coming from someone about to resign. In a few days, you'll be managing files again. You'll be back at rock bottom.
But my salary will likely stay the same.
Wait, what? How come? Why do you get special treatment?
It's really funny that this is being said, but I'm pretty sure someone kind of like did the math on the salaries of everyone, and like Kaveh has like a really high salary. It's just that technically with its debt and paying it back to Dory with all the interest and the fact that he still gets scammed. He just never has money. It's kind of like Mona. She has a very high salary. She just spends it all, so that she's kind of broke for the majority of the time until she gets her next paycheck.
At least I don't have to be an architectural designer who works himself to death just to get a smile from his client.
You... I took time out of my day to clean the living room for you, and this is the thanks I get for it? I'd have been better off catching up on my work. I still have designs to finish.
Make sure to pay back the rent you owe me. I'm going to buy some furniture with that Mora.
What? Are you trying to annoy me to death? The decorations you buy keep getting uglier and uglier. What's the point of having a boring wood carving in your house?
You'll have to blame that on my financial freedom.
Fine. Go ahead and hide behind your financial success if you want. But if we forget Mora for a second, do you have anything of true value to boast about?
I think I'd have too many choices, to be honest. You, on the other hand, can you think of any redeeming features at all?
Artistry, for sure. You don't know the first thing about interior design. Don't go off buying random furniture unless you take me with you.
So I'll have to bring you along and then buy you drinks?
Of course.
But why would I do that? It would just be another form of a loan, and you'd have to pay me back eventually.
Can't you just be nice and not ask for the Mora back?
Pretending that you're not in debt is as ridiculous as pretending you're not living in someone else's home. Word will get out sooner or later.
Speaking of which, your friends won't say anything, right? Tell them to keep all this a secret.
There's no need to hide it so carefully. I think the truth's already out. You're such a lightweight that a few drinks at the tavern had you spilling all your beans.
What? No, it can't be.
So if that's a library, this is obviously like the living room. Or like study? Library? And these are rooms. They don't really have like a thing for I mean, unless it says like connected in between the bedrooms, a kitchen and a bathroom. The layout is a bit crazy. Wee. Nice. Let me... Oh. Apparently in person. Let me very quickly get energy back on my Columbina.
I see everything.
Nice. Okay. Let me heal entirely. And then I shall go ahead and be able to unlock this finally. And then I can finally claim that. That's been there for years because I've just been unable to claim it because of the 3 limit. I think I need to finish Kokomi's, right? Yeah, Kokomi, Ito, maybe Elon as well. Oh no, Ito, and then the interlude in the chasm. I think this is also Ito, right? Maybe the interlude as well. No, just Ito. Tainari. Yeah. And then Linny, of course, right? Yeah. But let's start this.
It's good to get out and stretch your legs once in a while. People aren't made to stay cooped up inside all the time.
I've taken a look at your proposal. It's much better than the ones you showed me before, but I'd still like to make some changes.
Oh, come on, not again. Isn't this the 6th proposal I've shown you? What's your issue this time?
It's a bit hard to put into words, but the design still doesn't look quite right to me.
I have to say, that's a terribly vague and unconvincing explanation. Please enlighten me. What would feel more right to you?
For starters, don't you think this roof is jutting out a bit too far from the top? It looks almost like the head of a fungus. This door, too. I don't think it needs to be nearly this large. If you could reduce it to around my height, you could use the leftover materials to construct a few more rooms.
Leftover materials from making a door smaller. Bro, how much of a door do you think that is?
Roof and the door are the most fundamental parts of a building. If we were to change them, then what would be left of the design? Even if the soul of the building won't be lost, all traces of architectural style would be gone. Anyone with the slightest inkling of architectural knowledge would know to leave them alone.
Oh, I understand the principles of what you are saying, of course, but the truth remains that I'm still a bit unhappy with the design as is. Is there anything else that you can do? Oh, actually, I just got an idea. Can we get rid of all the extraneous sections on the roof so the whole design will just be one vertical structure, similar to that of a tree trunk.
Oh.
What?
Not the rectangle
Don't architects
building.
often say that symmetry makes everything more balanced and pleasing to the eye? This way, the proportions will be completely balanced.
I really don't know how you managed to come up with such a ridiculous idea. Wait, don't tell me. Someone hired you specifically to commission me and put me through the ringer? Come to think of it, though, I really don't think I've gotten on anyone's bad side recently.
He's losing it.
I will not be working on this commission anymore. Goodbye. Maybe you can find yourself some other genius who'll be able to satisfy your demands.
Hey, young man, please wait.
Oh my. Oh, the hearts. Please. I didn't even get to do anything. Kaveh looks like he's in a bad mood. I should go check up on him. No, because the way that actually kind of gave me a heart attack, because technically you're not obviously in the Hangout, you're not supposed to get 0 hearts. So I was like, I didn't even get to do anything, please. This is unfair. Crazy.
Were my requests out of line?
I mean, this is the sixth time he had to retry, and you're like, no, actually, let's completely change it. I would kind of implode as well. Oh, he's already dead on the table.
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever.
Are you alright?
Oh, hey. I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Don't listen to anyone who says that drinking is an elegant pastime. It's no good for your health.
I kind of saw you arguing with someone just now.
So you saw that, did you? I thought I was in the clear. I made sure to double check that nobody I knew was around.
Sir, you were kind of in the middle of the street, so like, regardless, a lot of people were gonna see you, so.
Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal. I'm used to it by now. Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of wine, same as last time. Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
I'll have a glass of juice. It is early.
Glass of juice coming right up.
Oh my god, not him chugging it down crazy.
I know you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you could add this one to the list as well, I'd really appreciate it. Arguing with a client is not a good look for me. If word gets out, other potential clients might be afraid to work with me. That guy, though, what was he even going on about? All those ridiculous demands of his? He's just a blabbering fool trying to act like a know-it-all.
Kaveh seems a lot more honest after he's had some wine. Crazy.
Another glass, please, boss. I'm not leaving today till someone has to carry me out.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Slow down.
I gotta say, though, it almost feels like you're saying that every other day now.
Down.
It really
The call
is
out.
every other day that you'd run into a client who knows nothing about construction requirements or architectural style. If this was in the past, I'd never have gone through 6 whole drafts trying to accommodate the client's preferences. But perhaps getting used to this just means that I've grown numb to it. I've worked on so many projects since graduation, and none of them have been approved at the first pass. I would spend a lot of time altering my designs, and by the time the clients were finally satisfied, all my passion and enthusiasm would be gone. It feels like I'm straying further and further from my artistic vision with every change I have to make. I suppose, though, that just sticking to your guns and completely disregarding other people's feedback would also not be a good thing. All of this makes for a real paradox, one that particularly crops up in my work, too. In the end, what is the true meaning of art?
Hello, shorty. Congrats on
Should I see it as a
third.
divine gift of inspiration from the gods? Or an expression of the light of my own wisdom?
Here's your drink. How are you already spouting nonsense after just one glass? Your tolerance is usually much better than that.
Crazy.
Boss, what do you think is the meaning of art?
The meaning of art? Really, my friend, who in Sumeru understands art better than you? Anyway, I don't know about art, but I do know that I'm interested in business, and some patrons are waiting to be served. So, you'll have to excuse me for now. Just holler if you need anything.
What do you think, traveler?
Already so drunk. Oh my god. Something that embodies the creator's efforts and dedication.
Exactly. So our thoughts on the meaning of art are rather similar. In Sumeru, and especially Sumeru of the past, the arts are not a popular discussion topic. Trying to talk about the arts is basically the key to killing any conversation. It's too bad that I'm not in my best form today. Otherwise, we could have talked about this for a little longer.
Kaveh still looks dejected. Even the wine didn't help his mood. How can I help cheer him up? Maybe I should play it safe and just make a simple suggestion. Let's do something else and clear your mind.
Sounds great to me. I don't even want to think about this project anymore. But what should we do? It's probably not a good idea to just drink until I pass out here.
Why did you decide to become an architect?
Huh? Where did that come from? I mean, it's not like it's some kind of secret. You probably already know some bits and pieces of my past. My mother is also an architect. I've always adored her drawings, and when I was young, I used to sit next to her and watch her bring all kinds of buildings to life on paper. You could say my interest in architecture just naturally grew with time.
Would she be able to understand how you're feeling right now? Crazy to say that when she's in Fontaine and left years ago.
Perhaps. In fact, I have also seen my mother argue with her clients, but she would always quickly find the motivation to return to her work. Unfortunately, I've barely had any contact with her since she remarried and moved abroad. Even if I wanted to ask her about her ability to stay positive after an argument, it would seem rude to barge into her life again over something as trivial as that.
Damn.
I did remember something else, though. When my mother left, she only carried some small personal luggage with her. She left most of the belongings in the house to me. At the time, she even told me that it would be great if I could learn a few lessons from her life experiences, so my life and career could go a little more smoothly. I hadn't quite come to grips with my emotions, and didn't really have it in me to go through any sentimental items. So I just packed anything with memories away in a box and haven't reopened it since. It's been a really long time. Now that so many years have passed, maybe I have finally developed the maturity I need to face those memories without losing my mind. Yeah, I should dig it out and take a look.
Do you think I can come with you? That's crazy. He's gonna travel with being nosy. Crazy.
Sorry, I've had too much to drink and wasn't thinking clearly. You're right. I should do these kinds of things with the support of a friend. Speaking of that, I can call you a friend now, right? Either way, thanks for reminding me that I can invite you to come along. Had I just gone back by myself, it would have looked like I'm deliberately trying to keep things from you. Thinking too hard about the words is giving me a headache, so I'll just give it to you straight. Thanks to your advice, I have decided to put my current projects on pause for now, and spend some time trying to rekindle the passion for my craft. If you want to stick around and see how this will turn out, you'll be sure to encounter some bits and pieces of my past. Do you think you'd find that too boring?
I don't think so.
All right, then let's head back together. I mean, you already know where I live. Who knew that the day would come when I, too, would have some friends over? Let me see. I should have tidied up the place before I left the house this morning. Alhaitham shouldn't be home now either. He's usually in the records room at this time of the day. Anyway, there's no more time for drinks. I'll go take care of the bill. Alhaitham isn't in, so feel free to sit wherever. I'll bring out the box.
What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. The box is pretty dusty, which means it's already been a while since I've moved into this place. And many years since my mother moved to Fontaine. I'm happy for her. I hope she'll be able to find happiness there. She raised me all by herself after my father passed away. It definitely wasn't easy for her. Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things?
Oh, wow. Is that a drawing?
Oh, I remember now. This is a drawing I made in Port Ormos.
Please tell me what age you were
Obviously, I
at.
wouldn't call it anything special now, but I was less than 5 years old when I made this drawing. That's more than 20 years ago. You could say it's pretty good for a child of that age.
Less than 5 years old and he made that. Sobbing.
Now that I've said that out loud, I suppose I do have some level of artistic talent, right?
Why do you say that?
Criticism and self-doubt have always been a part of the artistic process. Without criticism, there can be no improvement. It's normal for me to question my abilities from time to time. I admit that I may have spent a little too long questioning myself this time around, but as you know, the heart tends to dwell on whatever it pleases. Anyway, never mind. The more I talk about it, the less confident I feel. Let's see what else we have in the box. Ah, my building blocks! It's been years since I've last seen these. When I was a kid, I used to stack them super high, and could even stabilize the tower to keep it from tumbling over. Oh, and this blueprint. I made it by copying my mother's sketch. The aspect ratio was horrendous. It's still technically the first blueprint I made myself, though. I was super proud of myself when I finished it, and put it in the same pile as my mother's sketches, hoping she'd notice and compliment me for my good work. Unfortunately, my mother didn't realize that I had put it there. When she had a meeting with a client the next day, she handed my blueprint to him by mistake. The client was completely confused by this new blueprint, but apparently he felt too tongue-tied to question such a famous architect.
Damn.
It was only a few days later that he finally gathered up the courage to pay my mother a visit. He asked, "The door in this blueprint is even taller than the roof. Is this supposed to be part of the design?"
Crazy. What happened after that?
My mother took me with her to personally apologize to the client several times. She didn't scold me about it in private, though. Instead, she went over all the steps required to draw a good blueprint, and was very patient throughout the whole process. I still remember it like it was yesterday. Let's see, is there anything else left in this box? Huh. What was this again?
A 5-digit lock. A notebook with a lock?
Ah, this is my mother's notebook. She used to write and sketch in it all the time. When I was a child, I used to be super fascinated by this notebook, and always pestered my mother to let me read it. After asking her a few times, she told me that I could read it as long as I could guess the password. Huh. Wonder why she didn't take this notebook with her. Did she leave it to me on purpose?
You could open it and take a look.
If only I could. I never managed to guess the password.
Even after all those years?
Hey, it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of inspiration. That's what we need to guess the password. Who knows? Maybe this time something will click in my head, and the answer will just present itself. Let me think. What could it be?
Okay, see, now, number 1 would mean that it has letters. Number 2 means it has numbers. And now I feel like I'm gonna be a fool if I have the wrong one. Well, we can pretend like I didn't, see the digits if it was numbers or letters, but maybe the birthday, because I don't feel like I don't know, I feel like birthdays are more common as a, what's it called, code than a name.
I could tell what you were thinking. Don't worry, I tried all the easy guesses a long time ago. I've tried my name, my father's name, my mother's name, my grandparents' names on both sides, and all of our birthdays. I've tried every name and number remotely related to my family. I've even tried stuff like love you Kaveh, take care, and yours truly. I've tried every cheesy phrase and well-wish in the book, but this lock has refused to budge.
I thought it had 5 digits. How are you getting that many letters and numbers in there?
I wouldn't try that route again. I have a hunch that it won't be that simple. Also, if she really did use something like that, she'd never hear the end of it from the folks over at Haravatat if they ever found out.
Then we can try asking some of her old acquaintances.
So we could find someone who was close to my mother and see if they might know anything? I see what you're saying, but who should we talk to for that? My mother was never really the one to be social. My father was the one with more friends, but all those connections were severed when he died.
Ooh.
Let me think. Is there still someone at the academia who would know my mother? Ah, actually, there is someone. Professor Zaha Hadi.
Who is that?
Huh. You've never really heard of her? She's a famous Gasharwar scholar and leading expert in formal garden design. My mother studied under her as a student many years ago. Professor Zaha Hadi published many works during her career, so I was able to learn a lot by studying her essays. If there's anyone who still remembers my mom, it'd be her. She's older now and is no longer teaching at the academia. But if I remember correctly, she spends most of her time around the Bimarstan area. Let's go take a look. We might run into her if we're lucky.
What? I don't know how he gave me that other teleport. I'm gonna be so for real. Ooh.
What am I supposed to do now?
Oh.
Forget it. I'll just head back.
Tainari, what are you doing here?
Oh, it's you. Good to finally see you again. I came into the city to buy some experiment reagents, hoping to bring them back with me to Gandharvaville. But as soon as I got here, I noticed someone banging on Cyrus's door. You've all heard of Cyrus, right? He's an ex-sage and Sino's adoptive father. I was thinking about going over to ask what's happening. That granny over there may appear old and frail, but her vocal cords certainly sound loud and healthy as ever.
Granny?
Yeah, she's just over there. You can go check out the situation yourselves in a moment. Kaveh, were you at the tavern?
The stare.
I had a quick drink or two. Can you still smell the alcohol?
Drinking in broad daylight. Really? You want to pass out by the road and get run over by a sumpter beast like some mindless fungus, huh?
Crazy.
Are you a traveler?
You didn't try to stop him?
Damn. Crazy. We're getting caught in the crossfire.
What happened? Are you feeling down again? You know what? I'm hosting a meal at Pardistii tomorrow evening. Do you want to come?
Huh? Oh, I had no idea. Let me think for a moment. I'll come if I can find some time.
All right. Then I'll plan on reserving 2 seats for you. I'll be heading back to Gandharvaville for now. I have a feeling that argument over there is going to continue for quite some time. It might be best if we don't get involved.
Crazy, I didn't even get to say no.
Who lives nearby? Let's go take a look.
Oh, so is this really this? This is the hospital equivalent? I mean, I guess it makes sense starting the Archon quest. Doing your Zard was here, but oh my god. Oh my god. They are very chill about hearing that they have an incurable disease. Yup, knew it.
Ha! So, plan on keeping yourself locked in there, huh? Fine by me. If you're not going to come out, then I'm not going to leave. My tomato was growing so well, it had all the potential to become the best tomato this year. And you cut it straight from the vine.
No, that's evil.
I already told you I had nothing to do with it. Why would I take a tomato that's still weeks from ripening? You'd have to be awfully green as an investigator to think it was me. You see, the word
oh my god.
here could refer to both the color of the tomato and the fact that your skills could use some.
Okay, so we know where Sino got the dad joke habit and the explanation part of it.
Enough nonsense. Just come out and face me, you coward.
You're out of your mind. If I've actually done something wrong, then get a mantra and pull me out by force, why don't ya?
Oh, why you?
Don't tell me this is
Professor Zahahadi?
And who are you? Oh, Kaveh. Fancy seeing you here. How long has it been? Come on, get over here and let the professor take a good look at you. Not bad, not bad. You've grown taller again.
Professor, what's going on here?
It's no big deal, really. A few of us old scholars got bored in our retirement and decided to put together a vegetable growing competition. At the end, whoever loses will have to go up on stage and do a performance for the winners. Which brings us to our current predicament. My tomato was sure to win until a certain someone decided they couldn't bear to lose.
Hey, don't try to defame me in front of the kids. If we're airing out each other's dirty laundry now, then why don't we talk about you sneaking into Janat's garden the other night?
Crazy.
Lucky for you, seeing these youngsters come to pay their respects today has put me in a better mood. I'll let you off the hook, for now. Come on, let's go. We'll take our conversation elsewhere. He doesn't need to be a part of it.
Yes, of course.
Crazy.
Is Faranak still doing well?
Yes, as far as I know. She left for Fontaine some time ago and started a new life for herself. She's still doing work related to architecture, though.
Ah, yes. I did hear about that. Did that upset you at all?
No, not at all. She's already sacrificed a lot raising me as a single mother.
That's good to hear. Your mother did struggle quite a bit those few years. It's probably a good thing that she found a new place to call home. Sometimes I wonder if things were harder for her because she was so beautiful.
people were always drawn to her beauty first, only to realize she had a sensitive and vulnerable heart underneath. She was still quite young when she first joined my class as a student. Beautiful and radiant with her golden hair, yet quiet and single-minded. She seemed like a lass from some aristocratic house who was seeing the outside world for the first time. She had to make a lot of drastic changes in her life to raise you on her own. Even during her time in the academia, she was a thorough perfectionist. If she was unsatisfied with something she had made, she'd insist on redoing it, even if I was perfectly happy with it. She had many admirers, and they'd always fill up the first few rows of seats, hoping they could get closer to her sitting in the first row. If it were any of my other classes, you'd have found nobody sitting in the front. But every time I saw her, she was always in that same rigid pose. She'd have one hand on her forehead with the other clutching her pencil. Her eyebrows would be knitted in a frown as she concentrated on the blueprint in front of her.
I'm sure she had many difficult moments in her life. How did she cope with the stress?
I'm not too sure. She never talked about such things with me. She rarely opened up to other people, you know. I do remember one time, though, when she got into a heated argument with a friend. She said something I found very memorable. She said, "True art cannot be understood, but as an artist, I wish some people could understand its meaning and value." If you ask me, that's probably the greatest source of pain for geniuses of their craft. It's extremely hard for them to find someone who can truly understand their ideas.
So that's how it is. I wonder if the password could be...
Understanding?
I tried both just now. Seems those aren't it either.
What are you trying to do?
My mother left her notebook to me, but it has a password and I haven't figured out what it is yet. I'm trying to learn more about her so I'd have a better chance at cracking the code. Thank you for all that you told us.
It's the least I can do. Talking to youngsters like yourself makes me feel younger too. Honestly, looking at you now, I can see how much you resemble her. It's almost as if she's standing right in front of me again. Your personalities are quite alike too. You're both stubborn and both a little awkward. Of course, I'm sure the similarities are mostly superficial. But so long as you continue to harbor those traits, you'll find a lot of difficulties in your work. I've taught a lot of students over my career, and in my experience, very few genius architects of Ksharawar ever found happiness for themselves. They would know exactly what they want to express and fight for it tooth and nail, which inevitably led to arguments with their clients. Some clients would choose to respect the architect's vision or just let the argument go because of the architect's reputation, but those are the rare ones. When Farnak first graduated, she was getting into arguments with her clients nearly every single day. I think it only got a little better when she met your father.
I see. But wasn't my father from Ratawahist? Could he understand the designs my mother made?
No, I think they were probably beyond him, too. But despite that, he still stayed next to her, listening to her joys and sharing in her sorrows. Farnak had many admirers, but she ended up choosing your father. His support probably played a part in that decision.
So instead of understanding, perhaps all we need is just companionship.
Maybe that's what she was trying to tell you.
Huh. It worked.
Oh, was that the right password?
Yes!
Then you should be on your way, child. Find a quiet place and see what she wanted to say to you. Being the awkward person that she is, I suppose there were many things that Farnak could never say out loud. Instead, she probably left them in her diary, hoping that they would make their way to you one day. If you're ever in a mood to chat again, just come and find me here. You're always welcome to discuss architecture topics with me as well.
Thank you so much, Professor.
There's no need to be so formal. I'll let you kids go. It's time for me to take another stroll around the vegetable garden.
I wonder what my mother could have written about.
They all say Zaha Hadid's class is the toughest, but I think it's actually not too bad. On the other hand, though, structural mechanics is definitely a pain, no matter how you try to approach it. I doubled down and managed to get through it in the end. I met someone special. At first, I didn't think much of him, but now, I feel very happy whenever I get to spend time with him. We decided to name our son Kaveh. I don't think a younger me would have ever imagined forming such an intimate bond with another person. Back then, I lived only in the shadow of myself, as well as that of the dream in my heart. The bad news came. And even though it's been several days now, I still can't bring myself to come to terms with what happened. My eyes are so swollen, it's hard to see. What if they're all lying to me? And this is just a long, cruel dream? But I have to face reality. I still have someone to take care of. No matter what happens, I'll do my best to raise my son on my own.
Huh? Is this a drawing? Seems like it was done by my mother.
Wow.
This blonde man was probably my father. But who are the other people in the picture? Huh? Why do a few of them look somewhat familiar?
They do seem familiar.
From the dates in the notebook, she probably drew this more than 30 years ago. I hadn't even been born yet. Maybe we were thinking too much. Oh, there are a few lines written in the diary about this as well.
The one who invited us to the gathering is a talkative woman. Including us, 3 couples showed up. There was also a person who came alone. The talkative woman introduced everyone to each other. She spoke really quickly, so I couldn't quite catch everything she said. But I also didn't feel like asking her to repeat herself. My husband seems to be friends with the man with long ears. I couldn't really join their conversation, so I've resigned myself to sitting in a corner and drawing in my notebook. I don't think I'd be able to become friends with any of these people, especially that stiff-looking couple. That man is certainly very handsome, but he would constantly alternate between disjointed and serious ways of talking. His wife is a bit more bearable. We were not acquainted with each other to begin with, and I doubt we'll see each other again after this gathering. The ambiance of this gathering is surprisingly pleasant, however. Talking to people can allow us to find some peace after a long day. Maybe my son will also partake in these gatherings in the future. I hope he'll be able to make many friends.
Who would have thought my mother used to attend that kind of thing? It seems she was only good at talking about her own work, and found it difficult to join into other conversations. As a result, she often kept to herself and would be off to the side, drawing. There's more written on the back. Oh, it seems like it was written to me.
Kaveh. I was both overjoyed and distressed when I learned of your decision to continue your studies in Kasharwar. You are very talented, and I am confident that you will become an architect of much acclaim. However, the more talented you are as an artist, the more misery and anguish you may encounter. No one will be able to help you during your journey as an artist. But outside of your life as a creator, you can learn to form connections with other people and enjoy many other things in life. It's the only way to alleviate your suffering. Whenever you feel down, seek out a friend to sit and have a chat. You can accumulate joy and fulfillment by spending time with them. The positive feelings you gain will get you through the long and difficult years. Never forget that companionship is the most important thing of all.
So that's the answer she prepared for me. She really thought long and hard about me and my future. Well, now that I've read her words, do you think I should accept Tainari's invite and attend that dinner at Pardis Di?
Wait, you were actually considering not going? Crazy.
The thought definitely crossed my mind. Although it'd be nice to get together with friends and chat the night away, I don't want to break down other people's moods because I'm sad. Besides, don't most people hate the feeling of seeing their friends troubled and being unable to help? And what's worse, nearly all of my problems can't be easily resolved with some encouraging words or gesture. And don't forget, I'm also older than all of them. As their senior, I should appear to be a bit more responsible.
But it's normal for friends to take care of each other.
You're not wrong, but I keep feeling like I haven't really helped them much in return.
It's always fun to have you around, Kaveh.
Wait, do you mean it? You're not making fun of me, are you? I've gotten so used to sarcasm that I can't tell what's genuinely a compliment anymore. Wait, by fun, did you mean... You know what? I'm not going to overthink it. I'll see you tomorrow at Pardis Di.
Oh my god, they're still here?
We'll see how long you can stay cooped up in there.
Crazy. He's not allowed to breathe. Goddamn.
Alhaitham also got my invite, right? Will he be coming to join us?
That guy? He's never been a fan of social gatherings. I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you.
Oh, so we weren't invited. Damn. A sigh.
All right then. I guess we won't wait for him.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, maybe we should give him a little more time. We can keep chatting for a while longer.
Oh, crazy.
Sure.
You still haven't told me, what's the occasion for getting us together here at Pardis Di?
We're celebrating the end of the first phase of Kaveh's studies. I wanted to thank you all for the help you've given her along the way.
Then where's Kaveh?
She said she wanted to show everyone a bit of what she's learned, so she's still doing some last-minute prep at home. She'll be here shortly. Anyway, let's get started. To tell you the truth, I'm actually not so confident that the second phase will go as well as the first. The curriculum will become a lot more involved, and I'm worried that she won't be able to get through all of it. I was hoping we could brainstorm about it together before she gets here.
I knew this wouldn't be just a simple free dinner. Is that why you also
Damn.
invited Alhaitham?
Crazy.
Yes, I thought it would be good if we could all put our heads together about this. Anyway, let's take a quick trip down memory lane. What did you guys do when you ran into a problem that you didn't know how to solve? Or got assigned a project that you knew you weren't going to finish on time?
Never happened to me.
I'd just pull another all-nighter.
You two are hopeless. Does anyone have a more useful answer to the question?
Damn. You two are hopeless is crazy. Okay, so we were invited. It's just, I guess we said yes without saying yes, and then Tainari said 2 seats for Kaveh to also extend the invite to Alhaitham. Perhaps you could adjust the pace of the curriculum? I did not say that correctly. Ignore that.
Ooh, that's a good point. Confidence is the most important thing. Once you lose your sense of confidence, it'll become all but impossible to find the motivation to study.
Is that the celestial nail above dragon spine?
This could be a potential direction. I have already redesigned the literacy curriculum, and I was originally hoping to ask Alhaitham for his opinion, but...
It's very simple. Instead of focusing on the amount of material you would like to teach, focus on the amount the student would be able to remember.
Wow, you actually showed up. I could probably count the number of times you've actually come to gatherings like this on just one hand.
It's still more than the number of times you've managed to get a proposal approved on the first try.
Damn.
As long as you're still aware. So, what made the difference this time? You looking to drink your sorrows away with some friends?
That's your purpose for being here, not mine.
Damn.
Don't project your ways of thinking onto me.
So you're saying the only reason you came is to help Tainari with his brainstorming?
Precisely. Kaveh will have a long road in front of her.
Hey, just to get one thing clear. Even if Kaveh manages to make her way to the academia, we cannot let her enroll in her avatat. Kasharawar is obviously the best choice for her. She's been a trainee forest ranger for so long, she'll definitely be good with her hands.
What are you saying? Spontamad is the better choice. It's where I graduated from, after all.
Then what about Amorta? That's the Darshan her master actually graduated from.
There are only 2 other Darshans left. We might as well select all of them on her enrollment application.
I'm trying to have a serious discussion here. Traveler, you aren't associated with any of the 6 Darshans. In your opinion, which Darshan would be the best choice for Kaveh?
I think she should get through the second phase of her studies first.
Well said.
Traveler is crying and sweaty in fear.
Here was to gather some thoughts on the execution of this second phase.
Phase 2 far exceeds Phase 1 in both curriculum complexity and the speed of instruction. I hope Kaveh has prepared herself for what is coming.
Hey, what are you thinking now? Please don't tell me you're planning on lending her those abstruse books from your home library.
Actually, I was thinking about lending her a professions guide.
I'll make sure to write, "Don't become an architect" on the front page of that.
Crazy. But don't you love your job, Kaveh?
You're right. I can't deny that.
Is there another phase after Phase 2? What's the ultimate goal of all of this? Are we trying to prepare her for a job in the academia?
We don't need to think that far ahead. Hold that thought, though. I think my vegetables are done.
Damn, we're eating without her.
That client had no idea what he was talking about. No matter what I did, he had something bad to say about it.
You know, for him being like an alcoholic, he really is such a lightweight. It's kind of crazy. Kaveh's sure gets drunk fast.
Have you considered finding another client?
They're all the same. I haven't had a good night's sleep for months now. Who do they think they are? Ordering me to alter my design over and over again just because they have some mora.
It's too late now to change careers. You might as well try to find some joy in the pain. Besides, you'll be getting up in the middle of the night to make edits to your own design even when the client doesn't request it.
No. That's not true.
Cheer up, Kaveh. I'll tell you a new joke.
Oh no.
We'll save that for the end, Sino. You can keep it to yourself until then.
Crazy.
Whatever. I'm not going to use my brain anymore. Let's drink tonight to our heart's content.
Not Kale being late. The positive feelings you gain will get you through the long and difficult years. Wow. Review invitation. Let me zoom out. So, okay. Oh wow, I did like this straightforward one immediately. Okay. So I'm assuming this is because we said let's go talk to the mom's old acquaintances, and this is like, okay, let's leave it for now and switch to a different thing. And then what was here? What did I click? Oh, it was like, let's get your mind off of it versus let me convince your client as well. But would they be on different things? Let's finish off this one first. Yeah. There. We're gonna speed run through the parts we've already been through. Kaveh nearly did not deploy his glider, and I slightly panicked for a minute there.
Alhaitham isn't in, so feel free to sit wherever.
Oh,
I'll bring out the box.
I was like, oh, I wish I could kind of skip through the next, and then say, I hope I could skip. I wish I could skip through the parts I've already done, and then boom, it's just not in like main quest and side quest, and it's just only in Hangouts. Okay. Oh,
Oh, nothing.
Then maybe we should just put it aside for now.
Yeah, you're right. Although I was hoping to find some words of wisdom from my mother, if I stop and think about it, her words may not be the advice that I need to hear right at this moment. Everyone's life journey is different. Traveler, you've visited many lands and met many people, so I'm sure you've run into situations where some advice wasn't exactly suitable for the situation at hand. I just got an idea, though. If I want to rekindle the creative passion that I had before, instead of trying to unlock an old notebook, why don't I take a walk around the parts of town that have changed my life? What do you think?
Sounds good to me.
I'm glad you agree. Then let's start by taking a quick stroll around the academia.
Oh, is that gonna be up here? Maybe. Or is it actually gonna be in the House of Dia? Oh, it's down there. I fucking knew it. Ugh. Stupid tree. Oh. Damn, if I only had waited, I would have seen that part. Okay.
Places in the academia, I remember this one most. When my studies got busy, I used to pull all-nighters here trying to finish my blueprints.
You sound like you almost miss it.
Who doesn't miss their time at the academia? Life was a lot simpler then, and we all had far less troubles. I created many designs that I thought were beautiful in the House of Dana. I drew whatever came to mind, since I didn't have to care about budget constraints or turning them into reality.
Why did you like to draw in the House of Dana?
If I had to give a reason, it probably be because I like the ambiance here. The Academia also had a rule that allowed scholars to annotate any physical books they came across. As a result, the books here are chock full of scholars' wisdom across many generations.
Oh.
Oh, here, this is a great example. This book, History of Ancient Sumeru Architecture, contains some analysis that I did many years ago. Huh? Why is Alhaitham's handwriting also in here? When did he ever read this book? I guess it's probably from when we worked on that research project together. Anyway, he probably never cared to tell you this, but the House of Dana is where Alhaitham and I first met. I came here to do my homework, and saw him sitting by himself next to that row of bookshelves. A group of Haravatat scholars were chatting near him, but he looked as if he was too lazy to join them. There was a pretty stark difference between him and all the rest of them. It was my fault for feeling bad for him. I thought he must have gotten into some kind of trouble and went over to ask if he needed anything, not realizing that...
Not realizing that you were in fact the one in a whole heap of trouble?
Crazy.
Alhaitham? Why are you here?
Goddamn, he responded from like all the way over there. That's crazy.
The House of Dana is a public space. Anyone can come here, no?
But shouldn't you be at the records room at this hour? You're not here to watch me make a fool of myself, are you?
You think I would derive amusement from watching you fall into depression over your life's various troubles? If that's the case, then I suppose I must have been entertaining myself for years.
Damn.
I came here to pick up a few files. If your voice hadn't managed to get through my soundproof earpieces, I probably wouldn't have noticed you.
All right. I admit I was probably overreacting just now.
Well, want to continue the story? I want to know what happens next.
Probably not when he's right here with us. As his senior, I shouldn't try to tarnish his reputation.
There was nothing embarrassing or shameful about it. When I was still a student at the Academia, I once collaborated with Kaveh on a research project. A collaboration is usually beneficial for all parties, but due to issues with our personalities, we ended up going our separate ways before completing the project. We had a number of differences, and they remain unresolved even today. But there's no point going into that right now. The more important question is, why are you at the House of Dana?
Kaveh's feeling a little damn nuts, about to, like, try to spill the beans.
As a senior scholar, isn't it my responsibility to offer my friend a quick tour and explanation of the Academia's architecture?
I see. Then let me guess. Your next stop will be the pavilions around Razan Garden? Our famed architect sure loves showing off that corner to all his friends. Oh, and Kaveh, a lot of the books you annotated have been moved to the innermost section of that bookshelf over there. You'll have to dig them out yourself if you need to find them.
Huh? But why would you know that? Don't tell me you finally had an epiphany and realized that there's great virtue in respecting your elders' work.
Sure, if that will give you some self-confidence. Leave any words of thanks you may have to the ex-Grand Conservator. The last time he was here, he was complaining that he had received reports from current students. The main grievance being that the annotations are too long and difficult to read. As a result, the books you annotated have been moved to the back shelves.
What? But all of my annotations were extremely important. Instead of reporting me, they should have been thanking me for my service. The notes that I took, they couldn't have asked for a better analysis of those books. Okay, just you wait. I'm going to fix this right now. I'll dig all the books out and return them to the proper shelves.
Oh, we'll wait.
Waiting is about all we can do. Crazy.
Anyway, you were about to say he's feeling a bit down?
He was put through the ringer recently by a particularly difficult client.
Put through the ringer. What an interesting phrase. I assume he used those exact words himself.
It doesn't seem far from the truth, though.
He probably did suffer quite a bit, that's true. He always spends a lot of time editing his proposals, with the goal of satisfying as many of the client's preferences as possible. But the satisfaction of one client will not translate to general satisfaction with his work. Many problems in life can only be solved by a fundamental change of attitude. As the leading genius of Ksharawar, Kaveh should have both the right and the confidence to reject any unreasonable demands. There are plenty of architects in Sumeru who are inferior to him in skill, yet far more irascible in temperament. What's more, there are plenty of people who look up to such individuals as paragons of staying true to one's principles.
So the problem with Kaveh... Oh wait, no, so the problem is with Kaveh, I see. Okay, I misread. Whoops.
Clearly, his predicament is inevitable, since he holds other people's feelings as more important than his own. Of course, each person is different, and we should respect the paths that they have chosen for themselves. Admonitions will serve no purpose. People tend to succumb to familiar pitfalls, and this is especially true for those who believe it's their duty to carry more burdens on their shoulders.
Looks like you were having an enjoyable chat while I was gone. Were you talking about me by any chance?
What do you think?
What else is there to talk about? Surely no one would be interested in talking about the files that you were browsing through earlier. Anyway, you should take a look at this. Look at this comment on page 82. Dear Kaveh, thank you so much for annotating this book in such detail. It was a great help to me.
Damn, not that I'm annotating like a thank you, no, like wasting space, no offense to, for other annotations.
See that? Now that's how a student should treat their seniors.
And it looks like you're already in a much better mood now. It really doesn't take much to make you happy, huh?
Damn.
Me? Happy? I'm mocking that retired blockhead for being so full of himself. He understands nothing about the true beauty of architecture. When I can find some time, I'll have a serious talk with him about making sure these books are put where they belong.
Why don't you just move all the books yourself? It's not like he hasn't cursed you out before. What was that nickname he gave you while you were in the academia? The Urchin of Ksharawar?
Damn, that's crazy. Wait, what?
Kaveh had a habit of scribbling and writing in all kinds of books.
Hey! You didn't need to bring that up. At least not when I'm still standing here. Oh, actually, I also found a really old sketch in one of the books over there. See? Doesn't it remind you of something?
Gotta say, I love not being able to see it, so we're gonna go all in and say an arch bridge. I flopped.
Don't tell me even you don't get it.
Don't ask me. This is the time you specifically put aside to brag about yourself. Feel free to hoard all the spotlight you want.
You... In that case, allow me to explain. Although this sketch is a little abstract, you can plainly see from the road plans that this was an original concept for the expansion of Port Ormos.
We can also plainly see that the designer was a huge fan of this project. It's the project he loves to talk about the most, second to the Palace of Alcazarzare.
If I don't keep bringing up the neat projects that I've done, how would anyone know that I was the one who did them in the first place? There shouldn't be any complaints about Port Ormos. If I remember correctly, the construction process was very smooth. Everything was made ready ahead of time, and there were very few safety concerns.
There are indeed no records of any complaints about this project. A most impressive achievement.
See? What did I tell you? Come on, let's take a stroll through Port Ormos next. I'll tell you all about the designs I made for the place.
Are you going to come to Alhaitham?
No need. It's almost time to clock out for the day, and I don't intend on bringing any unfinished work home.
Suit yourself. It's not like you know how to appreciate artistry anyway. Let's go, traveler. I'll take you to Port Ormos.
I mean, I knew it was Port Ormos, but like, still to have to like click for the map to move. Crazy. Oh.
Port Ormos.
A very pretty bridge right there, but like, I do fight for my life to jump off the bridge to glide. Did you design one of the buildings here?
No, I didn't design any one specific building. Most of my work here concerned structural renovation. Port Ormos had already existed since I was still a young child. It wasn't as large as it is now, though. It only came to its current size after a sizable expansion. I was part of that project. The arch bridge over there, for example, that was one of my designs.
How did you come up with the idea for it?
When I was first tasked with the project, I decided to reference the growth patterns of nearby trees to split Port Ormos into 2 levels. My goal was to improve the overall utilization of space. We ran into a lot of issues during construction, but thankfully, we were still able to achieve the original vision. Residents can now behold all the ships entering and leaving the harbor from the vantage point of the bridge, while visitors can recognize the site of Port Ormos from a long ways away. I was still young and new to the trade back then. I could hardly believe that an idea in my head could become reality and remain in the world for many years to come. A true cornerstone of the creative process. The point about the design that will be ultimately used to judge its true worth. It was the first time that it became crystal clear in my mind. Once built, a building will continue to stand. Countless people will see it, and countless more will step inside it. Its final worth, whether it's good or bad, will be assessed by the countless generations of people that interact with the building during their lives.
I think it's pretty cool.
You think so? I'm glad to hear that. But even with this project, I still had one small regret. My budget was tight, and I was unable to use the higher quality timber I had originally intended for the design. I knew that some concessions on aesthetics would be needed as soon as I agreed to a proposal that prioritized the practical functions of the project. Us creative types know better than anyone that most projects cannot be completed without a few regrets. Even the Palace of Alcazarzare was not perfect.
But having no regrets would also mean you had no higher hopes for the future. Oh my god, the Traveler is a poet.
Yeah, you're right. I should learn to look toward future opportunities and believe that any regrets I have can be overcome in time. We've spent long enough here. There's still one last place I want to go, but it's a little far. Would you be interested in a quick trip to the desert?
The desert? That's crazy. I wouldn't mind. Is it gonna be, what's it called? Fuck, what's the town name? The one that Candace protects. I really should be able to remember that. Not Nasha Town. Nasha Town's literally not Natalan. Oh my god, not Karai. What is it called? The desert. Aru Village. I'm so smart. I wouldn't mind.
Great. Most of my projects over the last few years have had something to do with the desert. Partially because there's a special place there that I often visit.
Also, Marak, I'm pretty sure was built from parts in the desert. We love that.
This is a rare opportunity, so why don't you come along and see it for yourself? If you ever feel down, maybe you'll be able to go there and feel better too.
Special places. Our village is gonna be that? I mean, I don't really, there's not much else. Oh yeah, wow. Huh. I would not have assumed it was actually going to be like a dune. I was like, wait a second. Our village doesn't really fit this description.
So many primal constructs could have congregated here while I was gone. We won't be able to sit and talk peacefully with these guys around. Let's clear the area.
Yes, let's bomb them all.
Everyone hold it.
Scanning.
Oh, that was rude. They were all dead in the dying animation when they bombed
I
me.
often come here to clear my mind when I'm dealing with a difficult situation.
Traveler. The Nilo ring. Traveler. Oh, thank you.
You know what I mean. Everyone finds themselves in frustrating situations once in a while. Just take me as an example. My family life got shaken up quite a bit when I was young. I struggled in school, and I got into a huge pile of debt building the Palace of Alcazarzaray. Although Alhaitham thinks that it's because of my personality that I continue to live in the shadow of the past, I think it's also just a part of life. Plus, if I look back, I've honestly had my fair share of good luck as well.
Honestly, considering how there is progression in this game, like how in the main quest, the Archon quest, Alhaitham became the acting Grand Sage, but in an event, he ended up no longer, he was able to resign. Kaveh, going to the Darshan, she's progressing in events and other stories. I wonder if they will ever, like, fully progress Kaveh, or is he just always going to be in debt?
You could probably say I followed in the path of my mother. Like her, I've gained a name for myself as an architect, built something that's seen as my magnum opus, and found many projects that others have entrusted to me to finish.
You also haven't completely lost your passion for life.
Life is too boring when you live with no enthusiasm and passion. Only those who believe in the inherent meaning of it can capture the small nuances of everyday life and turn them into inspiration for beautiful designs. Of course, I will concede that loving something also means taking it to heart. So to an extent, caring is also a source of pain. If I didn't love my work, I wouldn't be so torn up about it all the time. But still, isn't this place beautiful? Despite the erosion from the winds and changing seasons, you can still perceive its past beauty and glory. With different landforms come different architectural styles. The desert's history has left it with few records regarding its buildings, so I often visit the desert to investigate things in person. The sight here has moved me ever since the first time I laid my eyes on it. I told myself that one day, I would also be able to create buildings that move others. My pain will one day fade into nothing, just as I reach the end of my life. But buildings are different. They are far more valuable than most materialistic things, and far more durable than human flesh. As long as there remain souls in the world who can decipher the meaning behind them, they will also have acknowledged me across the vast stream of time. If you were to ask me what art is, that would be my answer.
Wow. That's... Oi. That's very deep. Oh, fun fact. When I played this, like, I started this game for a bunch of different characters. Kaveh was one of them. I had really liked his design and his story. So when I had started the game, I was like AR 25 and I was opening up my entire world for all the waypoints. And when I went to Sumeru, the first area I really made it to was the Palace of Alcazarzaray, and I was like, wow, this is so pretty. But at the same time, I was stressing because I was AR 25, so like I didn't know what the withering was. It was the first time I encountered it, and I was panicking because of the screen, like the red surroundings when like the withering zone causes. And since I was AR 25, it considered every single place in Sumeru like highly dangerous, so I was like very stressed out. But, and I also only found out later that that was the Palace of Alcazarzaray that Kaveh built, and I was like, oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Who am I pulling for? I'm not pulling for anyone in 6.6, though I would wish I could. I need to say for Sandrone, but I am very excited for the Archon quest and the new weekly. So that's admittedly the main reason why I'm excited for 6.6, but I am very excited to see how people test Nicole, and maybe I'll be able to get her on a rerun. I said, not that random tumbleweed getting stuck there. Now that's more like the Kaveh, I know.
You think so? But I feel I've always been like this. Remember that question I brought up before? The one about whether I should see art as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods, or as a product of my own existential struggle. I still haven't found an answer to that yet. But if art wasn't inherently paradoxical and enigmatic, then people probably wouldn't be drawn to it. Those who pursue art will be unable to avoid the pain that it naturally brings. Will often be floating on cloud 9 one second, and sinking in a mire the next. I'll try gathering my thoughts again once I've found a way to define art in the first place.
You're pulling for Malwika and Sandrone. Is it going to be your first copy of Malwika, or is it going to be like constellations for her? But like regardless, good luck on your pulls for both Malwika and Sandrone. Unfortunately, I think I only have about 65 pulls ready, and it is a 50-50, so the Sandrone dream is not guaranteed. How I hope that I win this 50-50, but knowing my luck, I'm not gonna win the 50-50. Ooh. It's gonna be your first one. Nice. Very, very nice. Because from what I understand, or, well, I guess it's not understand, from what I assume, based on how Inefa was released during Natlan and was like very good during Not Cry, I'm pretty sure like Sandrone is gonna be exactly like that, like released during Not Cry, but is gonna be very good during Shisnaya. So I'm very excited for that. Wishing Sandrone at 30 pulls for me. Oh, thank you. Who knows, maybe with the other 30 pulls I could be bold and brave, and I was gonna say go for weapon banner, but like low-key I cannot afford a weapon banner. Weapon banner is too expensive. I risked it all to even attempt going for Varka's weapon, which luckily I did get first try, but it did drain so many of my funds, as well as getting Varka himself. So, ooh. But hopefully, I'm also really hoping that Polonia is gonna be in Sandrone's kit, because Polonia, we love him. It would also be really sad to see him completely deleted from being with Sandrone. So, we're hoping the leaks reveal that he's actually part of her kit. Oh. But hopefully you also get an early Malwika and early Sandrone, because we need those pulls. We need all the pulls we can save.
In any case, thank you so much for listening to everything I had to say.
No, because literally Sandrone and Polonia are like a dynamic duo. I was gonna say exactly like Linny and Lynette, but like low-key their kits don't really work well together. So like the dynamic duo aspect doesn't really work. It's like Fischl and Oz. You can't separate the two. They have to be together. Groba and Shangling, they have to be together. You can't remove them from... They need to be together. How I mourn the loss of the synergy between Linny and Lynette. Ugh. The way everyone was hoping that it would be a dual character situation where you swap between the two, and then they ended up not even working well together in the slightest. Uh, it would have been actually what would have it been cool for? Maybe if Lynette was like a healer for Lenny, so that he wouldn't have to heal himself with the skill so fast, and he would be able to get more stacks of his charged attack. And then, for the whole, like, crowd control, as an animal character, that would, like, obviously be V for Lynette to buff Lenny. She doesn't have very good crowd control unless she has a slight crowd control with her C1? One of her constellations. But Linny's own charge attacks produce a puppet that gives taunt, so, like, that is, like, a huge reason why they don't even work well together. Lasai. Maybe her ult will be, like, throwing him at the enemy. It would be so funny if, like, it's, like, her entire kit is just her fighting, and then her ult is just Polonia flying in like a nuke. That would be really, really funny. It's kind of like, I don't know if you watch Pokemon Horizons, but, like, if Coral, like, when Coral's, like, really pissed off, and she's like, Glalie, you self-destruct. That's Polonia in the ult. When Lenny came out, everyone loved him. You swear to God. Well, to be fair, I also have him because I also love him. In my defense, I love magicians, so my weakness of character design was exploited. Yes, I'm glad you approved of the Coral Glalie self-destruct. I wasn't trying to ruin your streak, Abby. I just ended up starting stream later than I wanted to. But you made it, so it's fine. Your streak is alive. It wasn't the intention to murder it. Oh, how I mourn the Linny and Lynette duos. Sync. And not sync. It's the synergy that they could have had. The synergy. The way none of the House of Hearth characters could work well together. Like, I mean, I guess technically Lynette could be good for Femine, but at the same time, she's Lynette's not at all, like, one of the best animal units, so, like, you wouldn't even really use her with Femine. Okay, well, that's... You didn't have to make me take a sip of water. I took the sip. It was horrible. As per usual, shaking my head. I did Alhaitham's story quest, and now we're going through the entirety of Kaveh's Hangout quest because I need 6.6. I need it. I need it now. I need the Archon quest, bro. I'm losing it. I've been losing it. I'm going crazy. I need, there's so much that has to be done in that Archon quest based on that trailer. There's so many plot lines. Oh, I'm gonna be here for hours playing through it. It's gonna be hell, but I'm going to enjoy it so much. The sigh. Abyss reset. Withering Waves reset. But you can't. I honestly, yeah, no, like, I also, well, obviously I don't do endgame in Huba because I cannot be bothered. Abyss, I will do it in like half a month so I can do theater with it. Which, like, bro, the last theater, or the current one, I guess, since it's still out, the last Abyss, it pissed me off. I couldn't finish either one of them. I was so sad. I did everything I could in the theater, but I just didn't have a good... I just don't have good Dendro DPSs or high jump DPSs, so I flopped. I flopped on the Lunar Bloom boss. Or I guess just the Lunar Reaction boss, but, like, with only having Hydro. Dendro and Pyro, you could only do Lunar Bloom during then. So, Lasai, it haunts me. Oh my god, and then I tried so many variations on my Abyss team, and I still couldn't beat the final boss in Chamber 2. Oh, Lasai. How it haunts me. I tried like 3-4 times that Abyss. It was actually making me lose it. I was going insane that day. Right now, this is the Kaveh Hangout, and the route. What route am I on? We went to take him off. Take him. Oh, get the matter with the client off his mind. And he's just kind of exploring things that inspired him in Sumeru, I think. Oh. Yes. I think I have, like, after this one, I would have, like, 3 more routes to go through. Since I think he has 5 endings. Not too bad. You need Cloren mats, but her flowers. You've got this, Abby. You have Cloren. You can find them. You'll win. Trust. Oh. Oh! Damn, I didn't realize that was literally the end that entire time. I've just been prolonging. I've been prolonging it. Beneath the stars, my pain will one day fade into nothing, just as I reach the end of my life, but my buildings will endure.
My latest design.
Crazy, but like, I mean, not wrong. Yeah, 5 endings, okay. So this is gonna be like talking to the client, but like, why is there very different things? Did we not commit to talking to the client in one of them? Why are they all the way apart?
Still room for improvement.
Pew. Oh, and I love how I saw this earlier, but I love how the Hangout, like just the Hangouts have a skip button if you've already done them, but nowhere else will you have a skip button. Archon quest, side quest, no. It has to be a Hangout part that you've already done. Skip. Thank you. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that this one would be... I didn't realize that this... Okay, you know, that makes sense. I also, I'm like, I saw this part and I stressed out instantly. I'm like, bro, I'm gonna get judged on my answer. Well, now that I've done the main, like, now that I've actually played through it how I wanted to play through, now we're going for all the endings. Let's make him cry with our answer. I have no idea.
No worries. It was just an offhand question.
Oh. Okay, so I was just stressing out for nothing. Let's sigh. Here I was stressing for like a second, which felt like a minute in my head. I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna get judged for my answer.
It's been bothering me for a while. Even when I'm awake, the
Okay, so
question
no.
haunts me like a...
I guess I can skip. It's the same thing as normal. I'll help you convince the client to come to your side. You need that skip button so you can skip most of the quest and companion quests. Oh, I need it for the Navia one. Honestly, I would also really like a skip button with my animal only account, and if I do side quests or if just in general, just having a bunch of quests I've already done before. I don't really want to spam F for like an hour to barely make it faster. So Oh, we need a skip button.
Hmm? Thanks for offering, but you've seen how he is. He's not going to listen to anything I say. He understands nothing about my design, and all the suggestions he made were as if he just wanted to mock me.
I don't think he was intentionally trying to be difficult. He's just, kind of stupid. Anyways.
Okay, it is possible that I was just jaded by my frustration. Well, given I'm already on my 6th draft, I can probably push myself to make a 7th. Let's go have another talk with him. I know where we'd be able to find the guy.
The 7th. No, because the fact that you even had to make 6 drafts is so crazy. Like, bro. There's so many quests you have to do. Oh my god. No, when I was spamming through on my other account, during not, oh god. I was, there was I think it was, which one? 6.3 Archon Quest, because that was the one with the Dottore Weekly. So obviously, it had the 500 bonus reward if you completed it in the time, and it was the last day when I was doing it on the other account, except, I didn't finish Leeway on, like, Leeway wasn't done on that account, which you need to have to be able to quick start Nod Karai. So I had to, like, spam really quickly between F and space to try to see if any, like, in the alternating one of me lifting my finger off of F, I'm pressing down on space to make it go ever so slightly faster. And then I had to do that for the entirety of, like, like, quite a lot of Leeway. Like, halfway, I think, of Leeway I had to do that. And then the entirety of Nod Cry, I was just doing that to speed through the dialogue. It was actually the most painful hell, and then I was, like, done so late. It was, like, really, really late. Because it was going to go away in the middle of the day, because it was going to be the entire server maintenance to go into the next patch. So, like, it wasn't going to be done at the server reset, like the daily reset, sorry. So, like, I think I was done at, like, 5 a.m. for all of that. And I was like, bro, at least I got the 500 primo gems. You got to the loaded screen of Genshin Impact and when you can be asked to click and continue.
There's no time to waste. The wine can wait until another time. I'll go take care of the bill.
Poor Ormos, ayo. Oh. Come back here. Oh, anyways, that didn't happen.
What are you doing here?
I've changed my mind. I was overreacting earlier. Can we try discussing the project some more?
My apologies as well. Now that I think about it, some of my requests were indeed a bit unreasonable. If I choose you to create the design for my project, I should have a bit more faith in your vision.
Thank you for understanding. Mutual trust is the basis for good communication. Now that we've got that out of the way, I think we can have a more productive conversation. To be perfectly honest, your commission request has been the most peculiar one I've ever received. Even now, I still know nothing about the building's intended purpose. All I know is that you want to build something in the desert for public use. I am aware that overly specific requests will restrain the architect's artistic freedom. However, knowing nothing about the intended purpose of the building also means I have no idea if I'm on the right track.
You were designing a building, and you did it like 6 times, and you did it without knowing what the building was for. Bro. Like, I understand. Okay, well, maybe that's fine for, you know, like, the first 3, and 3 is kind of pushing it. If you did it 6 times and you still hadn't asked about the design of the, like, what it's for, Like, bro. Bro. Hello, Mama Defu. Congrats on first. Actually, crazy that someone already aimed third ages ago with no one. I don't think they even checked the first two because they were assuming they were already taken. How amusing. Wait, my back. But now that I think about it, if it sent me the options of like to respond to that question, I thought it would be 3 that would cause a separate direction of the story, but maybe it was the answer of like appealing to the masses. That's why it had to have stopped, because like it doesn't make sense for it to be the client one, because this one seems to be like one and done. So it probably has to be like the one like art is for the masses for it to be another storyline. Oh, congrats Donuts on getting second. Where is there?
I've produced several draft proposals for you to choose from, and you've rejected every single one. If we don't get on the same page, it could be a decade before we can finally break ground on this project.
Yes, I've given this some thought already. I think we can go with the general direction of the latest proposal that you just showed me. It's just...
Just what?
Putting the building design aside, can we get some less expensive materials for the floor tiles? Yeah, I know someone in the business, and the red bricks he sells can go for pretty cheap. The timber here as well. We should be able to find some substitutes.
Please give me a moment. My head's starting to hurt again.
Damn.
Please hold on for a second. So, let me get this straight. You want to reduce the cost of the project, right? But if we implement your suggestions, then I'm afraid we have to scrap the entire design. Architectural design cannot be neatly split into discrete parts. Any change to one part of the design will affect the quality of the whole thing. I decided to utilize high-end timber for this section because the weight-bearing structure requires the supporting materials to be durable and strong. Same with the tiles. Switch them out and the entire mural will have to be redesigned. More importantly, if we make such a change, both its practical functionality and aesthetic value will take a great hit. If all you need is a building with a roof that can keep people dry in the rain, you shouldn't have commissioned me. Many architects would be able to build you one of those while charging far less in commission fees.
Actually, please tell me, are you absolutely sure that there's no room for any changes in this draft of the design?
I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like, if you go to an architect who is very high-end, expensive stuff, and you're like, actually, can you, like, do a really cheap building? Like, you can go to the right person. It's kind of like, oh, you're going to a realistic, like, you go to commission an artist, and they do realism, you're like, can you do, like, a cartoony style? Because, like a small cartoony style, so it's a bit cheaper. Like, it wouldn't really make much sense. Turning me into a puppet, a Lasai. Is that the right size? How? Is that the right size? Like that? I think right here is fine. It's fine.
I think the most important thing for me is to understand what you would actually like to get. If you could tell me more about your vision, I might be able to work with the design some more. You are the client, after all. You should have the final say on how the project turns out.
Bigger. So, is this the right size? I don't know if this is the right size. I'm pretty sure I'm kind of, blocking like a fourth of the screen. I don't know if that would really be considered the right size. Like here? Pew. Okay, no, you're touching the top of that. What about here? Right there is fine. It's the right size. Unfortunately, I think not. Wait, what is this? I
want to build something unique. Something quiet and warm inside. A refuge that can block out the world outside. I want all who enter this building to be able to temporarily forget everything that's going on outside of the building and just focus on their task at hand.
That's a bit more information than last time, but it's still extremely vague. To put it another way, every rich person who wants to build a mansion for themselves would request something like this. We've gone through many proposals, and this draft is already the cheapest one. Cutting costs by substituting building materials will not only detract from the overall effect of the building, it also won't save you much more in the grand scheme of things.
Thank you for giving it so much thought. Please, give me some more time to mull over the budget. I'll get back to you once I've figured out a solution. I still have a few business meetings that I must attend, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave for now. You can just leave the proposal as is. I'll get in touch once I've given it some more thought.
Why do I feel like he's hiding something?
I also have a similar feeling.
Should we follow him and see if anything unusual comes up? Hee hee hee.
Is that really okay? I mean, what he does now is none of our business.
I mean, it's not a crime, right?
Suspicious, though. He dresses like a rich person, but when you talk to him, he hardly sounds the part.
He sounds super frugal, too.
That's actually pretty common. Not all rich people are spendthrifts. Many are just, as if not more, stingy than him.
Very true. That is actually so true. It kind of pisses me off anyways.
The more mora some people have, the more they love interfering with people's lives. Like constantly reminding you to pay back your debts, or hinting every other day that it's time for you to pay rent.
Damn.
Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not even sure this person really wants to work on this project with me. Putting his vague requests aside, he's still finding excuses to procrastinate even when we've decided on a plan. Who knows how long construction will take if he keeps delaying things like this? We should find him again and get some clearer answers. The sooner we can break ground on this, the better.
Chase. Hee 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 hee.
Huh? Where did he go? I could have sworn he went this way.
What did you see? Person. Don't look there. Hoo-ya, hoo-ya, hoo-ya. He evaporated.
Oh, hey, look! Isn't that Badawi? It sure looks like him, but he's dressed completely different now.
Not an Aramite.
Didn't I tell you before? I'm not looking for more workers. Plus, aren't you a bit old for physical labor? If something happens to you, I won't be able to pay for it.
Oh, you won't have to worry about that. I grew up as an Aramite mercenary and worked in the desert my entire life. My body's still in great shape. I don't have many talents, but I still have my muscle. If you need someone to unload goods or drive away sumpter beasts, I'm your man.
You used to be an Aramite mercenary?
I know there are a lot of bad apples in our ranks, but most are just trying to make a living. We're not that greedy by nature, and We'll do our best when given a job.
Let me think. I'm sorry, but I still can't take you in. I don't have any open positions right now, and don't have the Mora for anything more. How about this? Why don't you try your luck somewhere else?
How about this, like, bro?
Okay.
How was that helpful?
He used to be a member of the Eremites? Huh. From the way he was dressed, I would have thought he was a merchant from the rainforest. Let's ask him about it.
I want to see if she says anything. I don't think so. Yeah. Knew it. I got them for free. Let's go. You. He's probably doing it for a good cause, but...
Huh? Why are you guys here?
That's what we wanted to ask you. Who are you? Why did you dress up like a merchant to talk to me about our project? There's no need for us to continue this project if you still want to keep hiding things from us. I don't work with individuals I can't trust.
Believe me, I didn't have any bad intentions. It's just... All right, there's no point hiding anything anymore. The building I'm trying to commission you for is not really a personal residence for me, but rather a library for children living in the desert.
Library? Funded entirely by yourself. Shouldn't this be the responsibility of the academia? I've heard that the academia will be looking to prioritize the desert with the allocation of educational resources and materials. It sent over a large shipment of regular goods just last month.
You're right. And I was aware of these happenings as well. I just figured what I want to do is a separate effort from what's already being done by the academia. The desert is too vast. Even if the academia spends a lot of effort trying to disseminate knowledge in those parts, it might still take decades, if not centuries, to reduce the educational gap that already exists between the two regions. And what's more, I don't know if the academia would ever reverse its stance in the future. All I know is that as a desert dweller, we should not wait passively for good things to happen to us. If we only did that, we'd never be able to stand up and hold our heads high. I don't have much longer left on this world, so I just want to use whatever time I have to contribute something to my homeland.
Why didn't you just tell us from the start?
I didn't want you to know that I came from the desert. I've lived in the desert my entire life, and there wasn't anyone here that I could trust. I figured I needed as much safety as I could get.
To the point that you even disguised your identity? That's certainly taking playing it safe to the next level. Hold on. Don't tell me you've also been scammed before.
When I first came to Sumeru City, I brought a lot of Mora, hoping to find an architect that I could work with. Someone agreed to take on the project, and even took a sum of Mora from me, but then disappeared without a trace. After that, I heard that there are a lot of untrustworthy people in this business. Some would run as soon as they've been paid, while others would deliberately use expensive materials and take a cut of the construction funding. I spent a while collecting information in the city, and eventually learned that you're the most famous architect in all of Sumeru.
Deserved.
I figured that
Crazy.
you wouldn't need to make Mora by scamming people, so I decided to reach out to you. By the way, how did you know I was scammed? I don't think I've ever mentioned that to anybody.
Damn. You think that's crazy. He got scammed and you're saying deserved? Wow. My back.
Just a hunch. A while ago, I accepted an offer to work on a project in the desert, and was also scammed out of a large sum of Mora.
Well, I mean, you didn't give more, right? Considering you're the architect, if anything, you were just scammed out of time and didn't get the Mora, right? Ooh, we got a chestpin. How cute. Chestpin's a very nice first stage. I love his design. Why are they trauma dumping? Because we caught them in the lie and now we're forcing them to reveal their deepest, darkest secrets so that we can blackmail them. You don't like him, your guts tell you not to like them. You know what? If your gut says so, then it must be believed.
I ran into someone who was living in a pretty run-down house. I noticed a load-bearing wall on the verge of collapse and suggested that I build a new house for him. He said that he had no way to pay for it, so I loaned him some of my own Mora and told him to get some stone and timber from the local vendors.
Oh.
Soon after that, I found out that he had gone gambling with all the money and lost everything, down to the last coin.
Oh. So, you did lose Mora. Okay. Crazy.
And after that, he even borrowed Mora from me twice more, using a different excuse each time. I didn't even suspect him of any wrongdoing until he hired a group of mercenaries and tried to ambush me in his own house.
My heart. I don't know. I feel like my raid notification wasn't as loud as before. Or no. Wasn't. Yeah, well, words. Point is, I wasn't expecting the notification, so my heart like stopped for a second. But thank you, Bobby, for the raid. How was... You were playing Marvel Rivals, I think, right? Or did you switch games? I'm not a gambling addict, excuse me, Abby. I'm not the one who would, the moment they got a single pull, start pulling on whatever banner was there. How dare you imply that? I'm not the one who would try to convince... what's it called? Others to pull because you couldn't pull. Shaking my head. You see? What do you see? Ow. Don't even put that energy. A 5-star Yang Yang coming onto my account. That would be an actual nightmare, and I hope you know I will be coming for you if she is a standard 5-star and she appears on my account someday. I swear to God, Roshia better rerun before Yang Yang comes out. So if Yang Yang comes out and she is a standard, and then I can never pull again. I would have my S6 Roshia by then. The sigh. I'm not a gambling addict, I swear. If I was a gambling addict, I would have pulled for Linnae and or Lauma. And Lama's not running. Is Lama running still? Oh my god, yeah, no, it's still 6.5. I don't know why. I kind of just assumed Nicole was already running. My bad. Point is, I would have pulled for either one of them if I was a gambling addict. How dare you? Still waiting on Scar. You're gonna have to wait a couple more years because they love keeping him in the vault for being playable. I hope she is, so I can lose all my 50/50s to 5-star Yang Yang, S6 Yang Yang. Abby, I hope Halcaro and the Lion Dancer come onto your account when you pull on Ruba. I hope Mizuki and D-Luke come onto your Genshin account. How dare you say that to me? But it's crazy that he was going to hire a group of mercenaries to ambush him. Like, clearly the system was working. I've already manifested that, so, well, I'm manifesting it more.
According to him, I I looked like an easy target because I was an academia scholar who didn't have any family or friends in the desert. What kind of person would just look at someone else and think, this guy looks like an easy target?
Because why do you have a C1 Mizuki and C3D Luke, S3 Linking, and S4 Cockroach is crazy. That is very crazy to call him a cockroach, but at the same time, if it's correct, it's correct. You got the Sumeru Archon quest to do. Do you have to do like the entire thing, or have you already done through a couple acts?
Those kinds of things do happen every once in a while, yes. Folks like him are the exact reason why us desert dwellers' reputation has gone down the drain. I must apologize to you on their behalf.
It's all right. You were also scammed by someone from Kasharwar after all. I should apologize to you on their behalf. Ultimately, neither of our experiences had anything to do with the desert or the rainforest. People who are new to an area are always easy targets for criminals.
Bad people are everywhere.
Yeah, you'll find both good and bad people everywhere. I can't understand the logic of those who like to take advantage of others, but I have to accept their existence as a fact of life. Anyway, I digress. Let's return to the topic at hand. Did you keep rejecting my designs because you thought I was deliberately using expensive materials to take a cut as a middleman?
It's the entire one? Oof. Well, I will say, okay, well, I don't know if you're going to skip through it, but if you're not going to skip through it, I personally think that Sumeru is like really close or even tied to Fontaine's Archon quest. I really enjoyed Sumeru. It's just that I ended up doing it like extremely late in the morning. And by the morning I mean like extremely late into night, which means I was awake during the very early hours of the morning. So like 3 a.m. I was still up and actively playing the Archon quest, which was very exhausting, but I still really enjoyed it. Sumeru being a bunch of criminals. What was what Paimon said once? Who here looks like a criminal? A lot of people actually. Yeah. I guess she meant to say that in Sumeru, not Nod Karai.
That's what I was afraid of initially, yes. I eventually understood that you weren't out to cheat me. But unfortunately, I still don't have nearly enough Mora to pay for the design you proposed. I've done the math and know that we should be able to make it if we cut some corners. However, after our conversations, I can see that you're passionate about your design, and I'm quite fond of the proposal as well.
It's just 85% of yapping, indeed. Yeah, oh my god, like I'm so excited for the Archon quest in 6.6, but I know it's gonna take so long to finish it, because since they are now merging story quests with Archon quests, it's gonna have to be Nicole's story quest. Nefer is coming all the way from Nod Karai to join in on this. There's like so many parts that have to be like shown and done in the Archon quest. It's gonna take 5 million years. Like I genuinely am gonna have to start before like 12 p.m. to be able to like finish without it being too late into the night. The sigh. 8 hours.
So, I decided to try and see if I can afford your proposal as is. I've been looking for work every day, and in another month, I should be able to cobble together enough Mora to meet the budget.
You'll probably do it on a Saturday. I'm gonna probably try. No, I'm going to do it on Wednesday, because I know the way I avoid spoilers for my life, and yet everything, all the spoilers come to find me. So I have to do it on Wednesday. Because the way I know, even Tuesday night, I'm going to have to be ducking and weaving past the spoilers. Like, bro, free me.
By cobbled together, you mean you're going to spend your entire life savings on this project? But then, what will you do if something unexpected comes up, and you find yourself stuck with no emergency fund?
To be honest, I haven't really thought about that. I mean, when you've lived to be my age and something happens, you can't really call it unexpected anymore. All I want is to build this library before I leave this world, so that the children of the future would have some books to read, and the desert dwellers would be able to learn their letters and pick up some practical knowledge.
You seem really passionate for this project.
A while ago, I heard that the academia had decided to recruit a number of exceptional children from the desert. Of course, this is welcomed news. But as someone who spent their entire life in the desert, I still have a few concerns. I know the desert life, and can predict what the problems will be. Many children from the desert have had neither the interest nor the proper environment to learn. So even if the academia would take them in, once they enter the halls, they might find themselves surrounded by other children who look and act very differently from them. And as a result, they might become socially isolated.
Yes, I can imagine that. My father passed away at an early age. Even though I had a good number of friends during my years at the academia, for some time, I still sensed many critical looks in my direction.
Damn.
I'm sure a child coming all the way from the desert will have an even harder time. But let's bring this back to the building itself. I think you said that you want this building to be quiet and warm, with its doors serving as a solid barrier to block out the sound and fury outside, and allow one to focus on the book in their hands. Building it according to the current plan will be quite costly. Even if I don't charge you any commission fees, I don't think we'd be able to keep it under your budget. Any ideas on what we can do?
Would any other merchants be willing to sponsor the project?
Sponsor the project? You mean convince wealthy merchants to join our cause and pool their money together to build the library? That does make sense. A library is a big project, and it's going to be hard to fund it with just a single person's mora. What do you think? If we can find others to sponsor the project, we could potentially increase the size of the building 2- or 3-fold.
Okay, wait. We're trying to get it to be the normal size first. So, okay, so if there was 2, then, oh yeah, maybe this one does have 2 paths. Which would be like, get sponsors or change the design, huh? I don't know. We'll see. Don't let it be Dory. Don't let Dory be the sponsor, please.
It's all fine with me, but where do you think we'll be able to find these sponsors?
Well, you're right. If I really
Stop.
think about it,
No.
I'm not too familiar with many big-name merchants.
The way I said don't let it be Dory. Can we ask Dory? My god. Dory is Dory can do good, but at the same time, she is still, in the end, extremely greedy and will put someone into debt and then make them into debt forever. As exampled by Kaveh.
Her? Hard pass. With her shrewd and greedy personality, she would never put Mora into something like this.
I wonder... I genuinely wonder if, like, since they're progressing things with characters, I wonder if Kaveh will ever actually be, like, out of debt. Or if he's just forever gonna be in debt as we progress through the game. Alhaitham was able to retire. Kale is going to the academia, but is Kaveh gonna get out of debt by the time the game ends? Who knows? We are about to get scammed. Because she's gonna, we say, maybe she can connect us with some of her contacts for 5 million mora each. Probably.
Now there's an idea. probably won't say no if all she'll need to do is to make some introductions instead of spending Mora. Let's go and pay her a visit.
Oh, we're doomed. We're doomed. Doomed. Yeah, so I think how I actually have no idea how I fucking got to Sumeru. I'm pretty sure I climbed up the chasm and then I started running. I'm like, ah, waypoint, and then I just started running. And then I think did I come here? I genuinely do not know if I came and got this first or if I came down here, encountered the withering, ran for my life because I'm pretty sure it was right here because I got like a withering right in here and I was like, I don't know what this is, and I sprinted and then I finally found a waypoint. I'm like, ah, this is so pretty. But because I was AR-25, everything was red. It's like highly dangerous and I was stressing out. I'm like, I'm done with this place. Very crazy.
Now here are some unexpected guests. What brings you to the Palace of Alcazar's?
Abby, about me AR-16, okay. You're making me concerned.
When I saw Kaveh, I almost thought it must be that time of month again. Sadly for me, I must wait a few more days before I can collect my shiny Mora.
Hey, can't you think of something else for a change? You are literally living in an objet d'art, and yet your mind is still fixated on nothing but Mora? What is the point of wealth, anyway? Is your happiness entirely dependent on your hoard of cold, emotionless Mora?
That's exactly right. Mora is extremely valuable, you see. If you don't keep your mind on it, your Mora may just find its way to somebody else's pockets.
Abby, it's not 6.6 yet, therefore I haven't ascended. Since I'm gonna do the Archon quest on Wednesday, that's when I'm going to ascend my world fully to 60.
If you ask me, this place is still way too empty. Just give me some time and I'll fill it to the brim with lots and lots of Mora.
You're hopeless.
Now? No, you know what? Actually, I'm going to, what's it called? You see, I was going to ascend before the quest, but no, because you're saying that, I'm going to ascend after the quest. And I'm going to start it so early so that by the time I finish the quest, you have to be asleep, and then I'm going to ascend then. So you can't watch. Let's get back to why we're here.
Oh, so you have an actual reason to visit me? Alright, let's hear it.
Yang Yang S6 it is. Nar! Nar! Release me. Mizuki C6 is crazy. Would like to ask you for your help in introducing us to some merchants.
Merchants? Why? Is there some kind of business opportunity? Oh, I see. So you're just looking for someone to help you fit the bill.
I knew you wouldn't be interested in something like this. Still, you wouldn't refuse just making some introductions for us, would you?
Sure, I can connect you with some folks. But with every service comes a fee, you know.
You mean just for introductions?
Of course! Making introductions means using my connections and putting my reputation on the line. Why wouldn't I charge a fee for something so important? And since we've known each other for so long, though, I'll give you a huge returning customer discount. How about 500,000 Mora?
Bro, what do you mean 500,000? How many 5 stars do I have? I have... Thank you, Hoyolab, for pulling up my character list. 1, 2, 3... Oh, wait, no, not Traveler. Okay, I have 22 5 stars. You're glad you lost your 50-50 your 50-50 for Skirk, because then you don't have to pull for a Scoffier. Crazy. Storm, you're stuck on my chair. Please, back off. Which ones? Oh yeah. Okay, let's go. We're gonna speed through them. Barca, Columbina, Durin, Flins, and Nefa, Mizuki. Oh, God. Why did I have to lose to Mizuki? Jalonin, Arlecchino, Nahida, Dia, Linny, Farina, Shanyun, Nilu, Tainari, Raiden Shogun, Kuching, Chi-Chi, Jean, Diluc, Venti, and Zhongli. And that was genuinely like the best way I could go through it. Storm! You better calm yourself, ma'am. That behavior is not acceptable in the slightest.
500,000? I guess that's okay. But why are you charging a fee before we've even secured any funding? That just doesn't seem right.
Well, how long have you been playing Genshin? Wait a second, it's 11. It's 11:20. The puppet's gone.
Besides, by helping us out, you'd be doing a great service to the public. Can't you take your mind off your Mora even for just 1 second and focus on something far more important?
Oh. Yeah, I started in 3.6 because I really wanted to pull for Kaveh. Oh, I'm so sad that I didn't start in 3.5 so that I could do the event that happened in 3.6. Oh, I mourn. I mourn not being able to do the Tridarshan event thing. Lasai. But to be fair, I when I started the game, I was locked in. I was doing everything that I could for polls. I was on a path to complete and gain primos and save and get the characters I want. I was doing every event. It was crazy. You were just running around. To be fair, makes sense. You were just vibing. I was like a machine, just getting the primos.
Very well. Since you're so passionate about this project, I'll help you out and waive the introduction fees. 3 of my business partners came by earlier today to discuss some things with me, and they still haven't left yet. I'll arrange a meeting for you, and just so we're clear, it'll be up to you to present your project and discuss any deals.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You can wait here. I'll bring them over to you.
Dory gave us a brief introduction about the two of you. You are Kaveh, the renowned architect, and you are the traveler. Practically all of Teyvat has heard of you by now. To be frank, I don't feel like there's an obvious business opportunity here, but since Dory took the time to introduce you, we can spend some time to have a conversation. So, let's hear your idea.
You started in 1.x to start 3.x and start at 5.x just to make an NA account. I know. You lost your C6i Miko to make the NA account. C6 Ganyu though? Wait, you have a C6 Ganyu? Nice. I don't have, like, since there's so many characters in the game I like, I don't think there would be anyone I C6 in this game, because I would rather use those pulls to get other characters or their signature weapons. But in Wuwa, I am planning to get S6 Roshia, so Yippee. I am just eagerly awaiting her rerun.
All right, here's the situation. I've been commissioned to build a library in the desert, with the intended goal of allowing the desert dwellers to have more access to reading materials.
So it's a public welfare project.
Correct.
Then the commission fees will likely be very low. You should be careful.
I'm not too concerned about how much I'll get for the commission fees, actually. I'm fine with doing it for free. I just want to get this project rolling as soon as possible. We're just a little short on funding.
So what? You can't possibly expect that we just cover the shortfall for you. Besides, what does a library in the desert have to do with us? If you want to build it yourself with your own Mora. Seems simple enough to me.
Hey, there's no need to be so harsh. They are Dory's associates after all. Here, can you tell us a bit more about what we can gain from sponsoring this project?
The rerun will happen for the next decade. Don't even manifest that, no. Because I swear, she's I don't know if she's running in this patch. If she is, they in the next patch they're like, we need to run a Havoc character. We could run Roshia. Nah, why run Roshia? Let's run Chisa again. I'm gonna cry. Okay, in this case, 1 or 2, you can get naming rights to the library. That is very good, but at the same time, they're like, not good enough. You can get Kaveh's client to advertise your business in the desert. They're gonna be like, our clients don't come from the desert. We don't really need them. I think naming rights are more likable.
So we'd mostly be doing it for reputation and exposure? There is some value to that. It could make doing business in the desert a bit easier.
Okay, so basically both options were identical. Okay.
Well, just speaking for myself, I've got nothing in the desert.
I also have a concern. It feels like there's not much to profit from in the short term. But in the long term, the reputation gain also doesn't sound like it'd offset the cost of the sponsorship.
Then how about this? What if, instead of building a single library, we commit to an entire
Goddamn, Kaveh.
dedicated to culture and
Whoa, Kaveh, the ambition just 0 to 100.
Yes. But in that case, Mr. Kaveh, please tell us what you have in mind.
Tifu pisses you off? I know, the way I'm gonna shove him off the side of the building and let him fall down the waterfall. Oh my god, this man needs to shut up. We don't need him, we just need the other 2.
I'll just give an example. If we were to build a library and a school near Aru village, then the desert dwellers would gradually begin to migrate towards the area. A whole suite of buildings will be able to host more traffic, and thus drive the economic development of the entire area. In turn, that would lead to direct business opportunities. I've been to the desert several
Thank you,
times.
Dirt, for following.
Although there are still many lingering tensions between the 2 regions, the amount of interaction has been steadily increasing, and in the long term, the desert will only become more and more important to Sumeru.
He's not wrong. You're back, but C6 Ganyu is Dookie. Ooh. Well, I'm pretty sure she was really strong for the time that you had her, but with the meta changing, that unfortunately she's just not hitting the numbers that you need anymore. It's not Ganyu's fault. It's the meta's fault.
You do have a point.
Education in the desert is indeed an industry that has not been tapped into. If we can be the first to place stakes in the area.
And you just believe anything he tells you?
Tibu, shut up.
Even the greenest amateurs know that urban planning will affect population flow. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone on the street to confirm it to you.
You.
Oh, yeah. You don't like sounding dumb. Unfortunately, you are, so like. Traveler, you don't seem to think about your questions very thoroughly before speaking. Please only ask questions that are relevant to the discussion. Good for you, Traveler. End them.
Wait, something just occurred to me. If we're going to build a library in the desert, Aru Village would obviously be the best place for it.
Aggravate C6 Miko. Indeed, she... Not to mention, in Shaznaya's Stellar Conduct, she might be Stellar Conduct DPS now. It is Genshin's fault. You can't say the words that you want to say to Tipu. You can. Just don't let anyone hear you say them.
But it seems we're not the only ones with our eyes on the village. I heard a rumor a while back saying a lot of land and buildings in Aru Village have already been secretly purchased by a big-name merchant.
What? What?
In other words, if we try to join the fray now, there won't be much left for us. If we want to build a suite of buildings focused on education and culture, Aru Village is the prime location. If we want to build it anywhere else, we'll have to deal with a far larger list of problems.
Girl.
It's not impossible, I suppose, but...
What is the switch up?
Then there's no hurry. We can wait for Aru Village to develop more first and get into the market for expansion to other areas.
But if you were to do that...
Is there nothing else to discuss? Great timing! I've pretty much heard all I want to hear. If there are no other urgent matters, I'll be on my way.
Trip and fall off the side of the building.
I'll be off as well. If you have any new ideas, please feel free to reach out.
It seems like the others are not interested in funding this, so no point in me doing this on my own. Let's revisit this another time.
Stop. The way I can't... Wait, stop. I actually can't stand rich people. Stop. No. Stop. No. Stop. I'm not allowed to be thinking these negative things. Oh... Rich people suck, but, like, I have to accept it and move on. Accept it and move on. Don't let this weigh down on me. Stop, don't even mention Carlotta. Don't even mention her.
Hey, guys, wait! Well, what can I say? I guess it went somewhat as expected. They are Dory's friends, after all. As soon as they heard that there's not much more in this for them, they lost all interest.
That's just business, I guess.
Yeah, it's just another day doing business with people. But I can never get used to that. Those people never think of anyone other than themselves. Looks like we'll have to figure out some other way to get the funding. Let's go.
How did the meeting go? Want to talk about it?
No. Bro, I thought I fell off the side. I was about to scream.
Oh, where did all that passion go from earlier, I take it you weren't able to find a sponsor for your project?
Stop. No, don't let this be. Dory's gonna fund us and put us into debt. And by us, I mean, it's gonna be Kaveh again. He's already in debt with her, so he's gonna get even more debt.
Please don't tell me that you're here to mock us.
What kind of person do you take me for? Would the kind and generous Lord Sakamabe really do such a thing? I will say, though, I more or less expected this outcome even before I introduced them to you. You can try to talk up the project all you want, but the facts will remain the same. This project is high investment with slow returns. No sane person would put their money into this.
But this isn't just a business project, right? Also, if you already knew no one would want to partner with us, why did you still try to charge me 500,000 mora? You scammer!
You might want to remember who your creditor is before you start talking like that, Kaveh.
It's crazy. Kaveh literally is the reason why they were able to defeat like Rerir in Nodkarai. And yet here he is, suffering from debt. And technically, based on the trailer, he built more of them and is gonna be used in the Archon quest. Like, bro, this man is saving nations, and yet he's still in debt. Like, bro. That's crazy. Like, if he's he's saving the nation, and he's still gonna be like, yeah, can you pay the debt still? Oh my god.
I'll pay back every last coin that I still owe you, but that's a completely different matter.
Alright, since you're so devastated about this, I'll set you up for dinner with another big-name merchant. In fact, I'll be inviting the most famous merchant in all of Sumeru.
It's gonna be herself.
Counting on your performance.
What? Really? I would like to sincerely apologize for my attitude just now. So, where would we be meeting this merchant?
Here. Now.
I suppose both of you can come.
Up to crazy. Shaking my head. Oh.
This is the place.
You said you're going to introduce us to the most famous merchant in Sumeru. Well, where are they?
Me.
You still don't get it, huh? The most famous merchant in Sumeru
Is Lord Sagamia Bay.
Huh? So you met yourself all along? Then why did you bring us here?
To eat.
Well, I've given it some thought, and that complex of education and culture buildings that you mentioned does hold some promise. It'll be a pretty big Mora sink, and I'll have to fund it all on my own, but that's not really a problem for me.
Seriously? Where's this generosity coming from so suddenly? Are you trying to scam me again?
The reasons are not important. What's important is that I'm willing to help you.
Like, Dory is such a complex character in terms of how I feel about her. Because, like, obviously the whole thing with her sister is very sad, and it makes sense why she wants so much Mora, but it doesn't excuse the fact that she will very happily put someone into that and then raise the interest into impossible heights so that they can continuously get Mora forever. So it's like, while she has occasionally good moments, in the end she is still like a pretty horrible person that I kind of hate. But at the same time, you can get very conflicting. Like, I like her, but sometimes, God, do I hate her. She's a rich woman and wants people to forever be indebted with her. So, you will probably just scam someone else. Exactly.
However, you know just as well as me that once this project actually breaks ground, it'll start sucking Mora from my pockets like crazy.
Cut cost. Oh, God. More debt.
I get it, I get it.
Yeah.
I won't charge any commission fees, and I'll take responsibility for the entire project.
Splendid! Then let's sign the contract right away.
Like, I know this is for children in the desert, but, like, man, if this is, like, the canon route, like, damn. Poor Kaveh. Always just getting bombed by Dory and things. Oh, wow.
This way, the children of the desert will have some books to read. Their lives should improve a bit after this.
You seem rather pleased.
Of course, there are a few things better than using my knowledge to help other people change their fates.
Oh, the sigh, Abby. Oh my god, and this route probably still has a lot, considering 3 hearts. Admittedly, I think it's only 2 more hearts, because I did miss one by not giving him an answer he wanted to hear in the tavern, but...
I must thank you as well, Dory. I used to say you only cared about Mora, which might have been some prejudice on my part. Sorry for that. I will also try to pay back my debts as soon as possible.
I took the sip of
Now,
water.
let's have a quick discussion. Where would you want the library to be built? That will be the most important building.
There's no rush. I'll provide you with a copy of the deed when we get back. You can just use the address on the document to find the lot.
Huh? The deed?
Oh, yeah, no, I was like, she's the one that bought all the places in our village, isn't she? You don't mean.
So hold on a sec. The person who has been buying up everything around Aru Village was you all along?
Oh my, did I not tell you about that? Yep, yours truly has been buying up all the land. I must thank you for bringing your ideas to me. Before our conversation, I had no idea what to build on all those lots. So, from my perspective, this has been a great turn of events. I didn't put much in and easily got a lot in return.
But what about my commission fees?
Huh? Didn't you waive those yourself? I was just gonna say that to cut costs. We mustn't procrastinate and should start construction as soon as possible. But before I could finish my sentence, you volunteered to waive your commission fees and even promised to take responsibility for the whole project from start to finish. I am so touched, really.
It's obvious that you used every trick in the book to deceive me. You deliberately paused for a long time while talking about the project and kept glancing at me with that menacing look in your eyes.
Huh? You really think so? Well, the contract's already been signed, so there's no point in dwelling on the details. You know what? I'll pay for tonight's dinner.
Fine, I'll drop the argument on the commission fees. But since you said you're paying for dinner, I'm going to order the best dishes and booze this place has to offer, and lots of it. Tonight, we're feasting until I've recouped my full commission fees.
I done deal. Wait a minute. I have to recoup my fees. Yeah, so to get a sponsor, and then this is to redesign it. Like, this is what I mean. It's very hard to, like, you can see the complexities in Dory, but, like, just because it makes sense, like, the trauma she had doesn't overtake the fact that she's, in the end, a very greedy person and would... Like, it's hard. It's hard to like her. It's actually so painful and hard to like this character. Like, you like her, but at the same time, you actually hope she gets run over by a truck. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not like I hate people who are rich and are evil. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Rich people are rich people. And we can't do anything about it. Can we try a slightly different style?
A slightly different style? Give me a minute. Most architects would probably prioritize cutting costs and removing extra features in this situation. Indeed, converting the building into a simple bungalow would solve most of our problems. However, I do not think this would be the best solution. While it's true that the aesthetic value of a building is often viewed as an afterthought, neglecting it has some long-term negative consequences. It is especially undesirable in this situation, as the library will serve a high number of children, many of whom would have never been exposed to structures that may be considered elegant or beautiful. To completely give up on the more aesthetic design would mean stripping the children of an opportunity to appreciate the beauty of architecture. I share Badawi's sentiments in wanting to preserve a more complex design. However, if we can reduce the ornate aspects of the design while maintaining its fundamental elegance, which is to say we won't touch the arches and stone pillars, but make changes elsewhere, this is definitely a first. To make up for the loss of regular details, we would need to put a lot of extra effort into the layout, lines, and color.
You just realized that I told you that I like Neoleg. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Point is, because of the story, And then in 2.2, I said I liked Cantarella because of how well she was written. In conclusion, I like Jellyfish. Clearly, I think the conclusion is I like Jellyfish that have a good story. Not that I like Jellyfish. Which, in turn, could be just that I like a good story. But that is just my opinion.
I see. Would that really be okay?
It just increases the difficulty of the design. You should feel lucky that out of all the architects in the city, you chose to approach me. Most of the others would have given up on this project by now. As for inspiration, I think I might have something in mind, but I'd need to visit the site to make sure. Where do you want this place to be built? Tell me the exact location.
Aru Village. Although it wasn't my childhood home, I think it'll be the best site for such a building.
Okay, then we can pay a visit to Aru Village.
Is there something I can do for you? I've already caused you a lot of trouble before, and now you're revising the design again because of me. Which draft are we even on now? It's making me feel terribly guilty.
Let me think. You said you used to be an Eremite mercenary, right? In that case, you could help us clear out some monsters that are blocking the way to Aru Village.
Please, we would bomb them before he could even fight.
Materials during transport to a minimum. If everything goes well, that'll help us save Samora.
All right, just leave it to me. If there's anything I'm good at, it's clearing out monsters.
What are you waiting for then? Let's pack up and get ready to go.
I mean, I guess I'll just go from our village and go there. Scarab. Sorry.
Most materials going from Caravan Ribat to Aru Village would pass through here. There are a lot of monsters out here today. If you find it hard to keep up, just let us know.
Oh, don't worry about me. This is nothing. I'll be careful, though, and you should do the same.
I see everything.
Site clear.
Sir. Sir. Bro. He only shot one arrow and he's injured. I don't even know if technically, I don't even know if he killed the giant fungi at the end or if that was still me. Bro. Are you hurt?
I'm fine. I've spent my entire life fighting these kinds of monsters in the desert after all. They won't get the best of me.
The treasure hoarder over there.
But it's one thing to fight against monsters, and another to fight against an old injury. It's something I picked up when I was young. There were many fights between mercenary brigades back then, and one day someone stabbed me in the back. I didn't think much of it back then, but with age, it's caught up to me. Few mercenaries get to enjoy their later years. Failing health tends to take the joy out of reputation and wealth, and many mercenaries never even made much of the latter to begin with.
Is there someone you know who can help to look after you?
Unfortunately, no. My wife passed away at an early age, and I don't have any children. Sometimes I'd close my eyes and realize most of my life story has already been written. I have many regrets about my past, but at the same time, I also know that there were never many options for me in the first place. I joined the Eremites when I was young, and won many battles with them. My survival was more a matter of luck than actual ability. If at all possible, I want future children of the desert to have some more options in life. I don't want them to turn out like me. My apologies. The older we get, the more we tend to ramble. Seems like we've already cleared out most of the monsters. Let's hurry over to Aru Village.
What's on your mind?
I think it's really admirable of him to spend his whole life savings on people he's never met. Maybe he's doing this out of natural kindness. Kindness that hasn't been eroded away by the struggles of his life.
Doesn't that also sound like you, Kaveh?
Perhaps. To clarify, though, I don't think I'm quite the same. Some people call me an idealist. I do have some sentiments of that general persuasion, such as wanting everyone to be able to lead a happy life. But my situation is more complex than that. In the beginning, what drove me to harbor those thoughts was less idealism and more a desire to make up for a sense of guilt. When I was young, I impulsively encouraged my father to take part in the first Inter-Darshan Championship, hosted by the Academia. He set off confidently hoping to win something for me, but failed to clinch the title. What's more, he fell into depression after the competition, and requested to join an investigative research project in the desert.
Which, like, bro, because you lost a competition, you got depressed. Like, bro, like, it sucks losing a competition, but it's not that deep to actually get depression over it. Please.
I never saw him again. Word has it that he got caught in quicksand. Even if other factors may have contributed to his death, the fundamental cause still circles back to me. I started doing many things in life because I wanted to make amends. Even in cases where I couldn't do something for a specific person, I still did whatever I could. I think I just wanted to make myself feel a little better.
And is that still how you feel?
At this point, even I don't know. I've tried self-reflection, but it didn't help. I can't seem to walk away from many things that I see or hear about, even if they don't directly concern me. And I can't quite pinpoint the source of it. Maybe it's just like what those Vahumana scholars often say. It's hard for people to truly understand themselves. I could be doing things out of endless guilt, or I could be doing them out of a strong sense of empathy. It could even just be a matter of conceit. The potential motivations could number in the dozens, but the actions they result in are the same. Anyway, I suppose I don't really mind being called an idealist. They also used that term to describe my father. It seemed to carry fewer connotations back when he was around.
You need llama so bad for Columbina. Are you doing a DPS Columbina? I also need llama, but I need it for my Kaveh. I need Kaveh to be carried. Lesai, unfortunately, he's not doing enough damage on his normal Bloom team, so I need him to have Lunar Bloom from Llama.
I've known Alhaitham for many years now, and discussed my ideology with him for nearly as long. Maybe argued is a better word for it. He told me a long time ago that no matter how strong of a swimmer you may be, you'll still get dragged under by the others who are drowning once you run out of stamina. He believes this is the fate that awaits all idealists. I still believe I should live by my ideals, and I've given him countless reasons why I think it's a good idea to do so. Perhaps my ideals are flawed, but are there really any perfect things in this world? Unfortunately, he remains unconvinced. His personality is the exact opposite of my own. If someone happens to drown next to him, he'll most likely stand on the shore and mumble something along the lines of respecting other people's fates.
Crazy.
As you can see, I'm not the only idealist in the world. Just as there are different seasons, there are also different people. There are many others who will continue to care about the fates of those who are not directly related to them. And when I finally run out of stamina, someone will also reach out and bring me back to shore. Someone will help me, right? Yes, I've already been helped like that before.
Sandrone and Columbina shall come home. Do you not have Columbina already? I kind of assumed you did, considering you said you need Lauma for her. I'll help you when the time comes.
But you've helped me plenty already. If you didn't reach out to me, I would probably be passed out on the tavern table right now instead of talking with Badawi. Either way, I'm feeling much better than when you first found me at the tavern. I can feel inspiration already welling up inside of me. Maybe this will be just the opportunity I needed to create a whole new style. All right, let's head to Aru Village.
You got an account that already has Columbina, but your main doesn't, so you need Lauma for your second, and both Lauma and Columbina for your main account. I see. Where in Aru Village are you, sir? Hello? But yeah, no, makes sense. Hopefully... Oh god. Wait, so are you pulling for Sandrone and Malwika on your main, or are they gonna be on your... the second account?
Now that we're here, it's my partner's time to shine. Marak!
Sorry, I love Marak. We love him.
What's this?
My toolbox. I built it using an ancient mechanical core. It's not too smart.
Excuse me?
It's useful and can help me with a variety of tasks.
Marak is a genius. How dare you? Malwika on your second and Sandrone on your main. Nice. Quite a large pull list, but I'm sure you'll be able to acquire all the characters you are hoping to get.
I'll take Marak and find a suitable location for the building. Once that is done, I'll get to work on a few designs.
Traveler?
Sataria?
Ah, you know each other?
Hello. I suppose you must be Kaveh from Kasharawar. I have heard of you before. My name is Sataria, and I'm currently the person in charge of promoting educational assistance programs here in the desert.
Isn't her voice actor Skirk's voice actor? I don't remember exactly who it was, but I remembered seeing not too long ago, like, a kind of like a meme, but it was mostly not really a meme, it was like in the meme format of showing like which voice actors of like characters voice an NPC, and I knew Sataria was one of them, and I think it said Skirk was her voice actor, but I don't really recall. Storm, you better back up. Girl, let go of my chair. You're gonna do your Nodkurai Archon quest on your iPad. Hopefully your iPad won't explode. It shall thrive. Actually, that's really funny because like the other day I had to do the Nodkurai event with Yehoda on 2 accounts. I was doing it on 1 account on my PC and at the same time doing the other account on my phone. So I was just spam tapping and spam clicking F on the PC and phone. It was really funny. I was suffering, but I like to think about it and say it's funny to ease the pain.
Educational assistance programs. Then you must be familiar with the local conditions here.
I can't say I'm too familiar just yet, but if you have any questions, I'll try my best to answer them.
I've been commissioned by Mr. Badawi to build a library in the desert. We've settled on the general design direction, but we are trying to finalize some details based on the conditions around the intended location.
A library? Do you intend to open it to the public for free?
That's right. I want to make sure the children will have books to read.
That's fantastic! I'm sure the children will be thrilled. Right now, we don't have access to many paper books or a quiet place to read. Truth be told, this very thing has been keeping me up at night.
Let me get straight to my questions then. Can you estimate the number of children around here who'd be interested in reading? Besides the usual noise of village pedestrians, are there any other sources of noise in the village? Oh, and have any landslides occurred here recently? And also, where are the spots around the village that have been most affected by wind and erosion? All right, that should be everything. Badawi, let's go over the budget again. We'll keep the building structure the same, but make the place a little bigger, so it'll be able to hold more people and get better natural light. The parts of the project that cost the most will be the insulation and ventilation materials. I'm sure you understand, no one likes to read in a place that's hot and stuffy. I want to make significant changes to the arrangement of the bookshelves, tables, and chairs. I'll go over the specifics of that shortly. I have 2 plans in mind. Both are pretty minimalist in style, but will provide a very different ambiance from the world outside. Our final cost should be around 70% of the last figure I quoted. The whole thing should take around half a year to complete. Marak has produced a sketch for all of you to see. If everyone's okay with it, then we'll proceed with that as the formal plan.
You've already got a new design plan already?
The inspiration just came to me naturally. All I did was put thoughts to paper. I must give you credit, though. If it weren't for your advice and suggestions, I probably wouldn't have landed on this new style so quickly. According to the traditions of my profession, I should probably name this style after you. Let's call it the Traveler style.
Crazy.
In the meantime, let's look forward to the day when this building is completed and can finally open its doors.
Ah, that's cute. When did that NPC get here? Excuse me? Blueprint for the future. Present suffering is nothing compared to the to granting hope for the future to others. And now the final one, which I'm pretty sure, I swear to God, if it's not this, I'm gonna cry. It's probably the one saying art is for the masses. Wait, did it? Yeah, no, they were gone. Well, y'all. We got this. We got this. Only one more. I was supposed to be done like ages ago, but it's fine. Skip.
This commission was...
Art is something that resonates with the masses.
Yes, art shouldn't be self-indulgent entertainment saved for the elite. Let's say that I built a house for someone. If they don't like how it looks, then no matter how brilliant it may appear to me, they won't be happy with it.
I thought this black line was my monitor, and I was like, oh my god, is it dying? But no, it's appearing on screen, which means it's the building. It's in the game. How interesting.
The problem is that it can be very difficult to get validated by others.
And it is like behind Kaveh specifically crazy.
My clients, but often that just means creating a final product that I would struggle to look at.
Well, he did change up his response, but in the end it's... Oh. Wait, fuck. Then what is the difference? Something else to clear your mind, okay.
Sounds great to me. I don't even want to think about this project anymore.
Oh, right. I completely forgot about this option. How about looking into another career?
A different career. I see. That's not a bad idea. I think I've heard a saying somewhere before. 80% of a working adult's woes are due to not having enough mora in the bank. It's just a saying, of course, but even I will admit that my life would be a lot better if I could make additional mora. And if I want to make mora, I should finish that ridiculous commission. But I really can't find it in me to go back and talk to him right now. Hold on. I just remembered that I used to have a senior classmate by the name of Alkami. If memory serves me right, he's no longer taking private commissions, but he's still doing pretty well for himself. Maybe I'll be able to get some advice from him. Yeah, I should get on this right away. No more wine for me today. I'll grab the bill and be on my way.
Oh my god, it's always Port Ormos. Oh my god, they're all in different spots. Oh my god. We are exploring Port Ormos to its fullest. Sorry. I didn't think Kaveh was gonna just fall off there.
Ah, Kaveh, it's you! It's been a while. What have you been up to recently?
Yeah, it's been a long time, Alkami. Things haven't changed much for me. I'm still taking private commissions for all kinds of projects.
I heard that you were the genius behind the Palace of Alcazazare. I bet you're all set for Mora after a project of that size.
Well, it's hard to make a profit from every project, you know?
Hard to make a profit? You've got to be joking. I've never met an architect who didn't make a profit from a project. Unless the client fled before they paid the commission fee in full. But that doesn't sound right either. Doesn't Dory have a pretty decent reputation in our local business circles? I don't think she's ever been involved in any kind of big scandal.
Well, about that. I mean, it was complicated.
I understand. Either way, doing one project after another sure gets exhausting over the years, huh? I've been there, so I can feel your pain. I mean, I obviously never had your reputation to live up to. That must have been stressful. But I'm sure we faced all the same problems. Trying to keep your client in a good mood while you're trying to stop them from micromanaging things they don't know the first thing about. I don't miss it. Thankfully, that's all behind me now.
Did you start a new career?
Not exactly. My work is still closely related to architecture. Judging from the look on your face, you're still strapped for Mora. That's quite unfortunate. You're the most artistically gifted graduate the Kasharawar Darshan has seen in decades. But it looks like you still have a lot to learn in terms of making Mora.
Crazy.
With that said, us Kasharawar grads should still look out for each other. What if I told you about an idea that'll absolve you of all your Mora troubles going forward?
Are you serious? But something like that has got to be some kind of top-level business secret. Are you sure you can just share something like that with me? Besides, I don't want to just take something like that without offering anything in return. I still have a little Mora. Or is there something that I can help you with?
Oh, you're too kind. This is just a simple tip. Even if I didn't bring it up, I'm sure you'd hear it from the others sooner or later. The idea is this. I recently opened up a training center with the goal of educating people in architecture design. Compared to the classes taught by those old fossils at the academia, my classes are more condensed and streamlined and will allow people to quickly get their foot in the door. Unlike the academia, I won't turn down anyone who's interested, rich or poor. As long as someone wishes to learn more about architecture, I'll accept them into my training center. It just so happens that I'm still looking for a few more instructors. So, what do you say? Interested in coming over to give a few lectures? Regardless of the pay, I can already guarantee that it'll be far more comfortable than working on random people's private commissions.
Ah, so you want me to join you as an instructor? That does sound like something I'd be able to do. Sounds like a pretty stable job, too. What do you think, Traveler?
I think you can give it a go.
Then it's a deal.
Yes, it's a deal. Thank you, Alkami.
Like I said, there's no need to thank me for this. The lecture room is not far from here, so you can just come straight here tomorrow morning. As for the pay, how about we start at 300,000 more per lecture?
300,000? Are you serious? How could you offer so much?
It would seem that you're still oblivious to your own economic worth. 300,000 is nothing compared to the prestige of having the Light of Kasharawar as one of my instructors. 300,000 is also just the base rate. Just trust me on this. The longer you stick with me, the more you'll come to understand your true value in the market. I have to go make some preparations now. See you tomorrow.
I was never particularly close with Alkami when we were in school. Who would have thought that he'd be so nice and friendly? I've hosted free lectures before, but this would be my first time being hired to lecture for a formal business. 300,000 mora per lecture. Whew. I'm so excited that I'm starting to get nervous.
I'll join you for the lecture.
Thanks so much. I think I will be able to relax a bit more with a friend in the audience. Now, what should I talk about tomorrow? Some lessons I've learned over the past few years? I should probably save those for later. For my first lecture, I should start by getting them more interested in the field. Alright, let's meet here again tomorrow morning. I should hurry home and create some kind of lesson plan. If I'm going to become an instructor, I should make sure I show up prepared.
Oh, it's in the area. Oh, up there. Oh. Stress.
Oh. I didn't expect you to get here so early.
I was up last night preparing for the lecture, but I ended up getting so excited that I couldn't fall asleep. Here, I prepared a lesson plan. Want to go take a look?
Lesson plan? I must commend you for your dedication. But the training center has already developed its own set of teaching materials. Instead of your own plan, you can just use what we have here. Of course, you're always welcome to work with some of your own content to add some fun and flavor.
Can I take a look at your materials?
Sure. Be my guest.
The way that actually shocked me, because I was about to sort of read out Traveler's thought process, and I inhaled to prepare for reading, and then boom, and I'm like, excuse me, when did he get here? Wee. Calm down, Storm. You're fine. I know. You are troubled by the world, and you wish for the world to know. I'm aware. The materials cover a variety of architectural knowledge. At first glance, nothing appears to be amiss.
Time for the lecture to start. Feel free to head in and start class whenever you're ready.
First glance,
Already developed your own set of teaching materials. Seems like I won't need the.
What about second glance?
Anyway, shouldn't be a problem. I'll just go ahead and use your materials. There's something else I want to ask, though. This is going to be a large class.
Oh no, I think I've seen what this class is. Crazy.
No need to stress. There are only 20 people in this class.
Only 20. But also, no, I won't say anything until
There
it
are
shows.
14 classes at my training center. Now, all of them, the First has the best grade, so I've directed them to you. We'll see how well they take your lecture.
All right. I think I can handle that.
Oh, and one last thing. In the interest of keeping quiet learning space, only instructors and students are allowed in class when class is in session. I'm sorry to say this, your friend will have to wait outside while you teach the class.
It's okay. I was thinking about taking a walk anyways.
Sorry about that. I'll meet you at the door when the class is over then.
Is Alchemy really as nice as he seems? I should probably ask around for a bit. Alright, Traveler slow.
Hey there. Can I help you?
Do you know a man by the name of Alchemy? Oh, Alchemy. Whoops.
Who's been making quite a name for himself? Yeah, he commissioned a set of furniture from me a while back. He paid a great deal more for it, too. I heard he earned of the fortune working as an architect. Now he's opened a training center so others can follow in his footsteps. If the tuition was sky high, I don't mind a child in a heartbeat. Architecture really sounds like a lucrative profession.
This lying bitch, he said, I accept poor and rich. This man only accepts rich. Shaking my head. Ugh, rich people. Stop. No, I can't hate rich people. I'm not allowed to hate on them. Bad things come when you hate on rich people.
Did you hear?
I bet he's making the tuition higher because of that, bro. So then if anything, Kaveh is actually making less than he should be.
And at that was enrollment numbers.
Really make you jealous, eh? If you think about it, Alchemy was never that talented himself as an architect. If we're talking about professional skill, no one would pay for a class with him.
That's true, but you've got to admit, advertisements are really effective. After all, the academia only knows against the past entrance exam. So only people who study architecture in the halls of sharp water. For those who pass the exam, or who just jump straight in the industry, the training center is the best bang for the buck.
Man, to have that kind of business acumen.
Alright, everyone. There's no need to be nervous.
Your friend hates the male traveler and you hate both of them? I like both travelers quite, I genuinely like both of them. I do prefer either as the traveler, but that's just because I saw him in, before starting the game, I saw him more as the traveler based on what I, fan content or, official content. And I also just liked Lumine's performance as the Abyss Princess more than I liked Aether's, and I liked Aether's performance as the main traveler rather than Lumine's, but they're both really good on either role.
Classes are so we can just chat for a bit. I shouldn't have lost my time during the lecture.
Bro. Oh my god, what? Oh, did something happen? Bro, not Kaveh blowing up on children. No.
Oh, don't get me started. I was trying to use Alchemy's materials, so I threw some pages and gave them a close look.
It's bad. He doesn't actually inform them.
Alchemy may fool an amateur, but he can't fool anyone who's active in our profession. The materials he made are completely useless for teaching real architecture.
Oh damn, he's also a scammer. Ugh, rich and a scammer as well. Yeah, bro, it's fine, it's fine. He will be eaten by crocodiles, it's fine. Why do you say that?
In my opinion, the most important skill of an architect is their ability to craft a design. In other words, you must be able to conceptualize ideas. there are tens of thousands of buildings in the world, as well as a countless number of architectural styles. Some designs emphasize aesthetics, while others prioritize practicality. The architect who can critically evaluate the quality and fit of different designs are those who can come up with great designs of their own. But you won't get any of that from the teaching materials they're using here.
I mostly use my Columbina for my Nobel lunar crystallized theme, so it's like Nobel, Columbina, Farina, and Shalonin. Though sometimes I replace Farina and Shalonin with Goro and Aluga, depending on the thing. Because it's like, oh, I might need to focus more on getting Noel's bursts back faster, so I have 3 Geo. And the other team is Flynn's, Inepa, Columbina, and Sucrose. I also have her on my Kaveh team, but I only have her on my Kaveh team because I don't have Lauma to trigger the Lunar Bloom, so she's only a temporary slot in Kaveh's team.
All these students are doing in class is rote memorization of existing designs. They're learning nothing about the underlying principles. How can they expect to become real architects? When they're done with this class, all they'll become are dilettantes with a pitiful smattering of architectural knowledge.
But, Mr. Kaveh, we didn't really understand anything you said after you threw away the materials either. What's the big deal anyway? It's not like we're looking to make some works of art. We just want to make some more.
Bro, you are a child. Why are you She's like, I want money. Like, bro.
You're studying architecture to make Mora?
Yeah. Why else would we be studying here? My biggest dream is to become someone like Mr. Alkami. Once I finally make my fortune in architecture, I'll be able to buy anything I like.
Huh. In that case, I'm afraid you'll probably be disappointed. The reality is that the work of an architect is very difficult, and the pay is not lucrative at all. Believe me, I'm a perfect example.
But how? Mr. Alkami just told us last night that you made a killing by building the Palace of Alcazarzaran. He also said that as long as we graduate from his class, waves upon waves of people will reach out to us with private commissions, and we can just sit back and wait for Mora to fill up our pockets. It won't be long before I can put these miserable days behind me.
Bro, you are a child. What do you mean, these miserable days? You're like 5.
Come on. And you all believed everything he said?
I mean, he's a child.
Mr. Alkami is really rich, isn't he?
Because of the glasses.
You... It's pointless trying to argue this with you right now. I've already filled your heads with pipe dreams. Let's go, traveler. Let's hear about Alkami's true plans from the man himself.
What did I say?
Mr. Kaveh looked really angry.
Who cares about him? Maybe he's just worried that we'll take all of his commissions once we finally graduate.
Wow.
But that can't be it, right? Mr. Kaveh is super famous.
Who knows? My dad told me the more famous someone is, the more arrogant and stubborn they become. Approachable people like Mr. Alkami are the rare ones.
About that. You're getting scammed.
What's wrong, Kaveh? You look quite flustered. Did one of my students offend you? Were the students not astute enough for your liking? I must implore you to go a bit easier on them. After all, they're nothing like the genius scholars you're used to dealing with at the academia. We don't need to strive for perfect understanding. As long as some knowledge has been passed on, that's good enough.
Yeah, I'm mad at them. But I'm even more upset that you're scamming people under the guise of teaching them about architecture. The students are all here hoping for a quick way to make money. But we both know that an architect's life is hard and exhausting. Just a little while ago, I was toiling over the 6th draft of a design for a client. If your client is unhappy, you can't break ground,
And the longer a project goes, the longer it takes for you to get paid in full. What's worse, if your client disappears in the middle of a project, good luck getting anything from them ever again. You know all of this just as well as I do. Why lie to them?
Look, Kaveh, you may be the light of Ksharawar, but like I say, you still have a lot to learn about making more. You may deny it all you want, but it's a fact that in today's Sumeru, architecture is a terrible profession. Our clients care very little for the effort we pour into our designs. Instead of appreciating us, they spend all their time nitpicking details and demanding changes, often forcing all kinds of ridiculous ideas onto us.
I suppose that's more or less true. Go on.
Why should we cling on to a profession that's difficult and unrewarding? If the field is dying, then a person who still wants to make a good living will just have to change their strategy. If it's near impossible to make money as an architect, then why not just establish a training center and train other people to become architects in our stead?
Wait, how does that make any sense? Aren't you just leading them into the same trap?
We are already stuck, my friend. The more people we can lead into this pit and stack as padding beneath our feet, the more comfortable our lives will be.
Crazy considering they're children. So instead of making money from architecture, you've made your money from your students.
That's right. Making money as an architect is a slow and agonizing process. In comparison, earning tuition from a training center is far easier. None of the students will ever know, however. In their eyes, all of my income was earned during my years as an architect. It's easy for them to fall for my promise. After all, everyone wants to live the dream of being the person who can spend millions without batting an eye. The more students I get, the more money I earn. And the more real that dream becomes.
And then what? Once they graduate, they'll still find out the truth about architecture and struggle to stay afloat amid all the problems we already talked about. When that happens, your facade will pop like a soap bubble. No one will believe you anymore.
Yeah, by then he's rich.
But that's just one way to look at the problem. No two people have the same amount of talent. Even if they fail to strike gold in the future, you can't say that it's my fault and mine alone. Oh, and also, I never actually promised that they would achieve financial freedom as long as they become architects. All I did was nudge them towards that belief. I'm not even scared if they do come back and stir up trouble. My training center has all the required permits and certifications. Even the Dendro Archon herself couldn't find fault in any part of my business.
Crazy to invoke her name. Well, not really her name, but her.
That you're doing all this. Tell me, is your heart carved out of brick and stone? I can't believe that I once saw you as a decent human being. I am beyond disappointed in you.
Kaveh, please, you're stressing me out with the hearts.
How many years has it been since you graduated from the academia? If you still can't accept something like this, do you just plan on keeping that worthless naivete of yours until the end of time? Only fools will see art as revered and sacred. In the end, art is just another business. Being successful at running a business is an art form in itself. I urge you to think about what I've said. Offloading your pain onto others is the only way a person can live comfortably in this world. As the light of the Ksharawar, you've accumulated plenty of fame and respect. It's high time that you use those resources to improve the circumstances of your own life. Think it over, Kaveh. I still believe our collaboration could be very fruitful.
Okay, so that wasn't what I thought the class was going to be, but... Okay. I thought it was something else. I guess it's later. What do you plan to do next?
I'm so mad. I feel a headache coming on. There's nothing more I can say to him. I'll resign from my position as instructor.
Storm, you idiot. The way you were about to dig onto my thigh because you jumped poorly, and then you would have caused me a severe amount of pain and probably caused me to bleed. Just, wow. You'll give up the Mora? He did give up like millions of Mora in the Interdarshan event. Storm, go away. Storm, did you instantly get stuck on my headphones?
Of course. I'm sure you've realized that as long as I remained at this center, he would be able to use my name to advertise this place. Even if I just sit back and do nothing, others will be deceived and suffer because of me. He is right about one thing, though. These kinds of training centers are everywhere. And even if the Academia was to find out about it, it's unlikely that they would take any real action against it. The most that they could accuse him of is false advertising. And even that would be hard to prove.
There's something strange about all of this.
Oh? Did you notice something else?
Not everyone should be able to pay such exorbitant tuition fees.
Yeah, you've got a point. The rate he gave me was 300,000 mora per lecture. That probably came out of the students' tuition. And who knows just how much he's been charging the students for attending his classes. If you're gambling everything on making it rich as an architect, are you really going to have the mora to pay for that kind of tuition?
We can try asking the students.
Right. We should hurry. The students didn't believe a word I was telling them. They're still daydreaming about making millions. We're never going to get any information from them again if we let Alkami talk to them first. Let's move now before he's had the chance to react.
Oh, Mr. Kaveh? What are you doing back
We were
here?
literally out the stairs. What do you
Class
mean?
finished a while ago, but you're still here. Why haven't you gone home?
I wanted to stay for a little longer. I'm still thinking about everything you taught during the class. Even though a lot of it went right over my head, I still thought the houses you drew were really pretty.
Of course they were. All the examples I drew were world-famous landmarks. Each one was the magnum opus of a celebrated architect. It's a good thing that you could recognize them for their beauty. The accumulation of knowledge is the first step to artistic expression. Instead of rote memorization, you should try to relate and to understand. And after that, try to resonate with the work.
Resonate?
Yes. When I first got into architecture, there were many things about it that I couldn't understand at all.
Storm.
I would find a building to be beautiful, but have no idea what made it so good. And for most people, just being able to admire a building is enough. To become a good architect, however, you must also learn to assess and appraise. Going from admiration to assessment will take a lot of time and specialized knowledge, and I'm afraid that some superficial speed training won't be enough to take you there.
Just as I thought. Becoming an architect won't be as easy as Mr. Alkami made it out to be, right?
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to crush your dreams. All I want to tell you is that an architect's life is not as carefree and easy as others may make it out to be.
I understand. Thank you for telling me the truth, Mr. Kaveh. I think I'll still stay here for the time being, though, since my family still hasn't paid everything off.
Oh my god, he put families into debt.
Paid off what?
Sorry, I can't say anything more. Mr. Alkami made it very clear that anyone who talks about it will be kicked out of the class.
Don't listen to him. I am the most famous architect in Sumeru. If he kicks you out, then I'll just take you in instead.
Really?
Why would I pull your leg? I can see you have some talent. So as long as you get your fundamentals down, you should be able to pass the entrance exam and continue your studies at the Academia.
Then please keep this a secret for me, Mr. Kaveh. Truth be told, my family is not very well off, so we
couldn't really afford the tuition for this class. Mr. Alkami was the one who reached out to my parents. He told them that he knew a merchant by the name of Bahar and that we could get a loan from him. He told all the students that once we graduate, people would come flocking to commission us for projects. If everything went well, we'd be able to pay off everything in just a few years, and all the more we make after that would be ours.
How much did your family borrow from this merchant?
A few million.
I think it was several million more.
Bro.
And what was the interest rate?
I'm not really sure. My parents were the ones who signed the contract. All I know is that the stack of papers was as thick as a slab of rock.
Something doesn't feel right about all of this. No shit, Traveler. They're very clearly working together so that they make a lot of money per student.
I have a bad feeling, too. Something about the whole thing feels dastardly familiar.
Dory.
We need to find
Who said that?
to confirm. But if we were to confront him right now, there's no way he'd admit to anything.
We can pretend to be potential customers, except we're too noticeable.
Good idea. Hey, tell me, do you know where we'd be able to find this merchant?
We last saw him on the north shore of Port Ormos. Who knows if he's still in that area, though.
Well, it'd still be worth taking a look. Architecture... No. The arts shouldn't be used as bait for a scam. We need to do something before the students' lives are ruined even further.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen you guys before. Here for business?
You're Fahar, right?
Yes. May I ask who introduced you?
Alkami. My friend here wants to enroll in his architecture class, but they're a bit short on money. Alkami told us you're the man to go to in this kind of situation.
I'm really interested in architecture.
Oh, sounds like his business is booming. How much do you need?
Let me see. I'd say around 3 million mora.
Oof. You call that a bit short on money? Anyway, since you're here because of Alkami, I can work things out for you. Make sure you sign the contract, though. Lots of people are borrowing money from me nowadays.
What contract?
Here you go. Don't worry, there's nothing particularly unusual about it. All you need to do is pay back the loan in full within 3 years.
3 years? They're children. They're not going to be working in 3 years.
And what if they won't be able to pay it back?
What do you mean, won't be able to pay it back? Once you graduate from Alkami's place, you'll be making millions of mora a year. Easy! At that point, paying this off will be a piece of cake. And even if you were to run into some difficulties and need to delay the installments, it's no big deal. We're all reasonable people here. If you can't pay quickly, you can just pay it back over a longer period. All that would change is your interest rates would get a little higher.
Very higher.
It's hard work running a business. If we're taking risks to supply you with mora, it's only fair that you take on a bit of the financial risk as well. Anyway, there's no point in tying yourself in knots over the contract. With the way you're reading every single line, it's like you're worried you're about to get scammed out of your whole life savings. Why would I lie to you? Tons of students at Alkami's place have signed the contract. Aren't they all doing pretty well for themselves?
I just did some calculations in my head. When you say the interest will get a little higher, do you mean it'll get higher than 30%? Of course, the contract did a great job of trying to obfuscate that fact. It only listed the amount that you'll have to repay every day, which gives the false impression that the amount hasn't actually increased by all that much. If you actually do the math, however, it's clear that the amount you need to pay on interest alone will amount to hundreds of thousands of mora per year. Most people can't even make that much mora in a year. Your greed really knows no bounds. Even my creditor doesn't dare to raise rates that high. Once a family's signed on to a scheme like this, there's no getting out.
What are you trying to say, huh?
The macho will happily answer that question.
I figured something was off when two well-dressed people came looking for a loan. Think you got the better of me? Too many people are sticking their noses where they don't belong these days. Luckily for me, though, this is a pretty secluded spot. Hey, come out and teach these guys a lesson!
Eremites? I've already fought off more than my fair share of them when I was working in the desert. There are only a few of them, so they shouldn't pose much of a threat. Marak, you're up!
Yeah! Let's bomb them all.
Scanning!
They're all just bombed instantly. Oh, we love it.
Who are you and what do you want? I don't think we've done anything to hurt or offend you. So why go this far to destroy my livelihood?
Debt has the power to upend your whole life. I know very well just how miserable living in debt can be. But my debts are the culmination of many different factors, and my interest rate is still somewhat reasonable. As long as I continue to work with my situation in mind, my debts will eventually be paid off. But these students are different. They have neither the mental preparation nor the financial resources to pay back a debt like this. You sold the dreams of becoming an architect to the students as bait, urging them to take on insurmountable amounts of debt to satisfy your greed.
Ha! Everyone knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. It's their own fault for falling into the trap. And if we're going to talk about greed, aren't those students the ones who are blinded by it?
They're children.
They completely ignore the risk that's right there in front of them.
And they're children. They don't understand anything. And that's no excuse for your actions. It actually makes it worse.
And here comes the silver tongue. Surely you use that to reel in the students as well. Even now, many of them are still hopelessly dreaming of striking gold after they graduate. People grow by learning from their mistakes. I hope this will be a valuable lesson to them. Let's head back to the academia and turn this guy over to the Matra. They should be able to link him with Alkami's business.
So, like, is he following us? Oh, yeah. Crazy.
Sino? Didn't think I would run into you here.
My vacation just ended not too long ago, so I'm going over some cases at the academia. Who's this? I see. Charging an interest rate over 30% indeed constitutes a crime. As it is highly likely that Alkami is also benefiting from this scheme, the Matra will open an investigation on him as well. The training center will be closed until further notice. Any funds we manage to recover from the suspects will be returned to the students. It's unclear how much we'll be able to get back, however, given their extravagant spending.
That should still be enough. Once the students realize the error of their ways, they won't fall so easily for such traps in the future. Anyway, thank you for your help. I hope this won't be too much trouble for you.
It's no trouble. Just another day at work. How did you two get tangled up in this anyway?
Alkami tried to hire Kaveh as one of his instructors.
Did you accept any mora from him?
He promised to pay me 300,000 mora per lecture, but I resigned as soon as I finished the first session. I didn't take a single coin.
Ah, that's good.
What do you mean, that's good? Would you have taken me into custody as well if I had actually accepted any mora?
I wouldn't have gone that far. But, had he insisted that you were also an active participant in his schemes, under our rules, we would have been required to open an investigation on you as well. Either way, though, I believe you are innocent in all of this. Had you actually been alright with making money through less than noble means, Your life wouldn't be the mess it currently is.
Just damn.
Hey, what was that? What do you mean my life is a mess?
I mean, he's not wrong.
Never mind. Your life is fine.
You're just messing with me now, aren't you?
Let's get back to business. If Alkami's case can be successfully resolved, you'll be eligible for a monetary reward from the Academia. Don't forget to pick it up after the fact.
Huh. I didn't even know there was such a thing. I never would have guessed. What I'm trying to say is that we didn't report Alkami because we thought we could make some more off of it.
The reward will be given regardless of your personal motivations. It was implemented with the intent of encouraging people to supply tips to the Matra.
Fine.
Is there anything else?
I want to go back to the training center one more time and talk to some of the kids.
Sure, but you should wait until tomorrow. My subordinates will shut down the center today, and summon the students to gather information on the total amount of Mora they've lost in the scam.
Alright, then I'll stay out of their way. I can talk to the kids tomorrow.
I have a few other things to take care of, so I'll be off for now. If you want to follow up on this case, just come find me again. Or ask one of the Matra.
That should finally be the end of that. Oh, who would have thought it would turn out like this? All I wanted was to find a new gig and earn some Mora. To think Alkami would sink this low, it still makes me really upset. Still, I think I feel a little better now than when you found me back at the tavern.
Oh, how so? It's kind of crazy to think about, like, the different potential storylines. Because if you do any of them, like, oh, if you do this storyline, that means a bunch of kids in the desert. They would never have a library. If you go into the one in the library, then you're like, oh, the kids here, they're forever stuck in debt. Their families are going into financial ruin. And then the last one is like, oh, well, I guess Kaveh is never going to learn about his mom and more things about her. It's crazy.
It's a little ironic, but you could say it's because I've realized that there are many circumstances in the world that are even worse than my own. Now that I've seen such things firsthand, I suppose I've earned a new sense of appreciation for my life. How should I put it? I'm pretty stubborn when it comes to my profession, so I often argue with my clients. The arguments are usually extremely frustrating, and every once in a while I'd wonder if I only became an architect because fate wanted me to pay for some sins I'd committed in a previous life. Alkami's suggestion would have allowed me to quit my life as an architect and earn money solely from my reputation. But now that I've experienced that for myself, I can confidently say that I'd never want to do it again.
And that's why he thinks you're too rigid when it comes to making Mora.
Every scholar has their own sense of pride and a line that they don't like to cross. Of course, when faced with the vicissitudes of life, some will surrender these things to seek a more comfortable life. I can understand that. Just speaking for myself, though, I don't think that's something I'd ever be able to do. The voice in my heart would just keep repeating one thing. The moment I turn away from my dreams would be the moment my career ends. If I stopped devoting everything to my creative activities, I'd be able to lead a more comfortable life, but at the same time, my sense of intuition and understanding for the arts would also begin to degrade. At that point, any materialistic ease I may have gained in life would just become another form of torment. In comparison, my current life comes with its share of difficulties, but at least I'd never have to deal with that kind of existential reckoning.
It's good to stay true to yourself.
I appreciate it. You may call me conceited for this, but I would also like to think I'm talented enough to be able to lead a decent life without compromising my pride. It's certainly not easy, but I want to keep at it. My thanks again for being such a great help throughout all of this. I'm planning to pay another visit to those kids tomorrow. Want to come with me?
Sure, I'll come.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow then. Get some good rest.
The final stretch. keys. I flopped on that redeploy of my glider. Oh. Oh my. Is all the families here? Storm. Put it. Oh, sign of closure.
I never would have guessed Mr. Alkami was a scammer.
The training center has been shut down, and the Matra have promised to return some of our tuition. But we've already spent so much time on this class. What should we do next?
Mr. Kaveh said we can keep working on our fundamentals and try to get into the academia. Ha! Easier said than done. If it was easier to get into the academia, none of us would have signed up for the class in the first place. Only the best of the best can get into the academia studying on their own. Mr. Kaveh might be willing to teach us.
Why? What reason does he have to stick around?
So, you're the only ones that showed up today, huh?
Huh? Kaveh's here!
Now, that's Mr. Kaveh to you. I'm here as your instructor, so let's keep things a little more proper. I'll keep instructing you for a while longer. You can pass on the message to the other students. As long as someone wants to come, they can join the class. Oh, also, I'm usually pretty busy, so I'll only be able to teach architecture fundamentals on my days off. Another disclaimer, I can't promise that you'll all be able to understand everything I'm going to teach. Architecture is not an easy profession. Aesthetics aside, even the basics of safe design can already be a handful for most people. If you want to design safe buildings, you'll have to go through a systematic study of structural engineering. And just as a heads up, all of this will be a huge step up from the superficial stuff you were learning before. It'll take both talent and perseverance to get through the course. I don't want to hear anyone say that I didn't warn you.
We'll try our best.
It seems some of you are really serious about this after all. All right, everyone, pack your stuff up. No need to prepare much for today's class. We're going to go on a quick field trip.
Where to?
You'll know once we get there. Come on, let's get going. We'll be off once everyone's grabbed their pencils and sketch pads. This lighthouse has been around for a long time, and I handled its renovations when I first graduated from the academia. The point of today is not so much about the lighthouse as a building, however. I just want you to take a look at it and do a bit of self-reflection. If you were tasked today with designing a building, how would you want it to look like? Don't think about how you'd actually go about building it for now. Just put your ideas to paper and draw the prettiest building that comes to your mind.
So, it can be, any kind of building?
Yep, as long as you think it'd look good. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a building. If you want, you can draw trees, the ocean, or even a garden area. Draw whatever you'd like.
What's the point of this exercise? Is it conceptualization?
In my experience, it's best to approach the study of architecture from a point of personal interest, rather than for the sake of a career.
True, true, true.
Both the study and practice of architectural design are extremely difficult. A person who's forced to work on projects that they don't resonate with will only struggle and suffer. So at least for today, I hope the students will be able to create something that they enjoy, there's no need to think about it too hard. They'll have plenty of time in the future to revisit the design and make changes. What do you think? Want to try your hand at it as well? Don't forget that this is a free class from Mr. Kaveh, the Light of the Kasharawar. On a normal day, this would cost you 300,000 mora.
Because we have the Serenity pot, and he's like, excuse me. The judgment and confusion. First class, your ideal building is also your safe haven. Yippee! Storm. Storm. Calm down. We finished it all. This was absolutely my least favorite storyline of them. I think this was, okay, so from my favorite to least favorite, I think this was my favorite because we get to hear more about Faranak and Kaveh. This was my second favorite. This was my third favorite. This was my fourth favorite, and then this one I just didn't really like too much. Too many rich people that we had to deal with. It made me very sad and depressed. That was fun. Will I do more story quest? Probably not. I'm planning on doing Sinos tomorrow, but I don't normally like doing story quest or hangouts. It is just because I am really excited for the Sumeru 6.6 Archon quest. But on that note, the stream is now 6 hours long. It is about to be 1 AM for me. So I'm going to go ahead and end stream. Thank you everyone for being here, whether you were lurking, chatting, a mix of both. And I hope everyone has a good rest of their day, evening, or night, whatever time zone you're in, and bye-bye.